Chapter 1403. This smart pinhole camera had been modified by Zhao Liangzi in his spare time. He had reported it to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes moved slightly as he looked at him. "Did you bring it?" "Yes, I'll take it out now and see if I can put it in the elevator over at the mechanical arm." Zhao Liangzi ran back to his cabin and quickly took his little robot, smart pinhole camera. He went out to communicate with the staff on the deck who were in charge of operating the cables of the mechanical arm for a while. Then, he hung it at the lower end of the long rope with a special thin rope and slowly lowered it. This little robot, smart pinhole camera, was indeed very small. It looked about the size of a freshwater pearl with a diameter of about 2 millimeters. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a camera. However, when it reached its destination, it could be reassembled. There would be 3 miniature rollers about 1 millimeter in diameter at the bottom that would carry it around to film. There was also a pair of wings that were as thin as cicada wings on its back that could extend out and carry it to fly and film. At this time, it was like a drone, but it was smaller and more concealed. Even professionals would find it difficult to discover its existence. Time passed by. Zhao Liangzi sat in front of his computer and watched the little robot gradually approach the upper part of the steel spike on the fingers of the mechanical arm under the guidance of the rope. He hoped that the opening at the lower end of the steel spike would be big enough for his little robot to crawl in. The little robot, which looked like a pearl the size of a grain of rice, moved step by step and was about to approach the opening at the lower end of the steel spike. Zhao Liangzi held his breath and watched as the small bead glided through the hole. Then, it slowed down, as if it was difficult to move forward and could no longer take another step forward. It followed the arc of the steel spike and spun in a circle. "Just a little more, just a little more," Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but shout to the staff on the deck outside. "Can you expand the bottom of the steel spike a little more? It's just a little more." The staff member listened and thought for a moment. He operated the instrument and carefully expanded the opening at the bottom of the steel spike by 0.5 millimeter. In addition to the previously polished hole, the diameter of the entire bottom of the steel spike was a little more than 2 millimeters. That was enough for his little robot to crawl in. A soft click came from his headset. The little robot successfully entered the space inside the submarine and landed on the floor. Zhao Liangzi slammed the table excitedly. "Major General Hua." It went in. The little guy went in. Hu Xiaoheng quickly turned around and strode to his side, patting him on the shoulder. "Excuse me." Zhao Liangzi was speechless. Damn it, he was so quick to burn the bridge after crossing it. However, Zhao Liangzi didn't dare to make a sound. Not only did he give up his seat, but he also adjusted the armrest for Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't in the mood to pay attention to such trivial matters. His attention was completely focused on the computer screen in front of him. Zhao Liangzi's little robot, smart pinhole camera, was equipped with a Bluetooth system and could connect to his computer wirelessly. In order to ensure that the internet was unimpeded in the deep sea, Zhao Liangzi had specially brought a network signal amplifier so that he would no longer have to worry about not being able to access the internet. Hu Xiaoheng clicked "Start" and typed furiously on the keyboard to give instructions to the little robot. "Stand still. Stand firm. Spin. Open it." The camera aperture on the head of the little robot, which was the size of a grain of rice, opened with a whoosh. It spun with a buzz, found the right angle, and quickly focused. Then, it began to shoot from the corners of the submarine. Under Hu Xiaoheng's instructions, the professional little robot, smart pinhole camera, finally adjusted the light and shadow and its own shooting angle. 3 tiny rollers with a diameter of 1 millimeter also extended from its abdomen and began to roll on the floor of the submarine. Thankfully, the submarine was very well sealed. Otherwise, as long as there was a hole, the little robot would definitely fall out of the hole and go somewhere with the seawater to secretly shoot. Zhao Liangzi's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that his little robot would disappear just like that. During this period of time, his energy had been occupied by this little robot, so he could slowly pull himself together. His feelings had been completely buried by Shuang's death. Now, he was wholeheartedly focused on his work. While searching for Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts, he had also developed some artificial intelligence systems, such as this little robot that was about to perform a meritorious deed. If he succeeded this time, he could apply for professional funding to upgrade it. Zhao Liang's thoughts ran wild. The little robot had already begun to transmit video images. Song Jining was also attracted over. She sat beside Hu Xiaoheng and looked at the computer screen together. The little robot was too small, and its field of vision was all up. The first thing that appeared on the computer screen was a curved dome. There were some interesting cats and dogs painted on the dome, like a children's playground. Light shone down from the dome, and the walkway was clear. Hu Xiaoheng observed carefully. It turned out that there was a sunken LCD light hole in the dome, and the light was coming from the light hole. After so many years, there was still electricity in the submarine. Hu Xiaoheng adjusted the camera angle of the little robot, and soon, a corridor appeared on the screen. It turned out that they were in the submarine's corridor. The little robot glided in the submarine. Not long after, something that looked like a mountain blocked its way. The entire screen was filled with the pitch-black mountain. What kind of obstacle was this? Hu Xiaoheng used a lot of strength and constantly ordered the little robot to change the angle. Only then did he get the little robot to bypass the mountain and retreat while filming. After retreating to a certain distance, Hu Xiaoheng activated the cicada wings on the little robot's back and let it fly. Zhao Liangze wiped the sweat off his forehead and grunted in refusal. When flying, it uses more batteries. He hinted to Hu Xiaoheng not to fly too much. It would be best if he put it down and let it roll to film. Hu Xiaoheng ignored him and continued to control the flying robot to film the situation inside the submarine. Because it was flying from the ground, its field of view was wider and it could capture more clearly. It turned out that the mountain that the little robot had encountered just now was a person who had fallen in the submarine's aisle. The person was wearing casual clothes like an old man and a pair of soft-soled sneakers. Looking at the person's face, it was obvious that he was very old. His face was covered in wrinkles, bald, thin and shriveled, and he was holding a gun in his hand. Is this person dead? How long has he been dead? He looks like he's asleep. Zhao Liang's attention was attracted by the person's appearance. Why does he have a gun in his hand? This should be a .022 caliber Stinger pistol. The famous Stinger. Zhao Liangze clicked his tongue. This gun is quite expensive. He really put in a lot of money. Hu Xiaoheng glared at him and didn't say anything, but the sound of typing on the keyboard became even louder. The little robot flew in the submarine space. As the camera's vision changed, they saw 3 more people lying outside a door. There were men and women, old and young, and they were wearing different clothes. However, they all had guns in their hands. The shape was unique, and the barrel was very long. At a glance, it was obvious that it was the famous Stinger. The door looked very heavy, as if it was made of oak. A steel bar as thick as an adult man's arm was pinned to the door, and a huge disc password lock hung on it. The little flying robot patted the door up and down for a while. Hu Xiaoheng quickly found a gap in the door. Of course, it was a gap relative to the little robot. It was a gap that was close to the floor that was difficult to see with the naked eye. He directed the little robot to land and retracted the wings on its back. 3 almost invisible pulleys extended out and drilled into the gap at the bottom of the oak door. As soon as they entered, the screen instantly turned pitch black. After a while, the inside of the door gradually lit up. It was as if they had sensed light, or perhaps they had sensed magnetic interference. In short, the computer screen in front of Hu Xiaoheng distorted and made a sizzling sound before returning to normal. As the lights in the room lit up, it was like the lines of an ink painting gradually appearing on a piece of white paper. The appearance of the cabin slowly appeared in front of everyone. It looked like a study that was decorated luxuriously and low-key. The floor was covered with a thick woolen carpet, and there was a large mahogany desk against the wall. Next to the desk was a large screen that was as tall as a person. The base of the screen was engraved with dense landscapes, birds, and beasts, flowers, and trees. It looked especially old at a glance, like an antique cultural relic. The 8 large crimson screens that were lined up in a row divided the entire inner room into 2. For the time being, they couldn't see what was behind the screen. They could only see the furnishings in front of the screen. In the open space in front of the screen, a 90-degree corner sofa was placed in the middle of the room. The space in the middle of the sofa was empty. There was no common coffee table placed there. Instead, there was an empty space. It could be seen that it was a circular, slightly concave disc-shaped pit. There was a branch-shaped floor lamp in the corner of the room. The streamlined branch-shaped lamp extended out from the lamp holder in the corner like the branches of a big tree. It happened to cover the concave disc-shaped pit in the middle of the corner sofa. The desk was clean. Other than a black cylinder in the middle of the table, there was nothing else. The volume of this cylinder was about the size of a normal coffee cup. Everyone's gaze moved along with the gradually brightening light in the submarine cabin, and it was too much for their eyes to take in. Just as all the ceiling lights in the cabin were lit up, the branch-shaped floor lamps suddenly lit up as well. Light shone from dozens of crisscrossing branch-shaped lamps, like a pillar of light, covering the slightly concave disc-shaped open space in the middle of the corner sofa. The figure of a man in a khaki trench coat gradually took shape in this light. Hu Xiaoheng, who had always been as motionless as a mountain, suddenly stood up. Song Jining and Zhao Liangze also widened their eyes. Could there be a living person inside? Upon closer inspection, the figure of the person was actually illusory. It was blurry, and after a while, it gradually formed a three-dimensional shape. When the figure of the man became extremely clear, like a real person, the ceiling lights in the cabin went out again, leaving only the beam of light from the chandelier in the middle of the room. In the middle of the beam of light, the figure of the man became even more realistic. It turned out that this wasn't a real person, but a holographic image. He was tall and wore a khaki trench coat. His eyes weren't big, but they were very deep and black. His hair was thick and neatly combed. His tall and straight nose was exactly the same as Gu Nianji's. His jaw was square, and the corners of his lips were slightly pursed. A faint smile appeared on his face. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a gentle and magnanimous man. His smile was very infectious. Although it was only a holographic image, when he looked at you and smiled, you couldn't help but smile back. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists. This was the image he had seen in his dream just now. Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen. Zhao Liangze had also seen Gu Xiangwen's photo once, so he quickly remembered and said in a low voice. "This is Mr. Gu's holographic image." Hu Xiaoheng nodded with difficulty. His throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't say a word. Song Jining was filled with respect. She quickly stood up and whispered, "This is Mr. Gu." At that moment, Gu Xiangwen's voice came from the computer's microphone through the small robot sensor equipment. The sound quality wasn't very clear, but she could hear what he said clearly. "Today is XX 2XXX. It should be 7 years and 3 months since the day I died." This was the first chapter of today's 3,500-word chapter, chapter 1392, Countdown from the Other Side, 1. There were 2 chapters today. To remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes, the annual meeting had just ended, and the second chapter was written immediately. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1404. Gu Xiangwen's holographic image suddenly paused after saying this. Then, the voice continued. Its tone was still calm, indifferent, and unhurried. I'm the owner of this submarine. Ever since I died, the computer system on the submarine has begun to automatically time. Day by day, month by month, year by year. I don't know when someone will discover my submarine. My countdown is only set for 100 years. 100 years later, the trench here will shake. At that time, my submarine and I will be sucked into the depths of the Earth's crust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I'm very happy that you only took 7 years to find me. Now, I have a few questions to ask you. More and more experts gathered in front of the computer screen. When they heard that the holographic avatar still wanted to ask questions, they couldn't help but look at each other. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his chin and said with interest, "This AI is well done. It looks like the real thing." AI was the very popular artificial intelligence. Hua Xiaoheng glared at him and handed the microphone to him. "Start answering the questions." "Me?" Zhao Liangzi asked in surprise as he held the microphone. His voice was transmitted into the submarine by the little robot. Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar heard it and actually nodded. "Okay, it's you." Zhao Liangzi almost fell to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and pushed him back to his seat. On the computer screen, Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar had already begun to ask questions. "What's my name?" Zhao Liangzi immediately said, "Gu Xiangwen. Please sing the national anthem of the Huaxia Empire in 1 minute." Zhao Liangzi was stunned. Hua Xiaoheng kicked him in the back. He immediately shouted, "Rise, those who don't want to be slaves." As expected of the Little Prince of Love songs. The entire national anthem was sung with perfect pronunciation and didn't stray at all. Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar could even analyze the data after listening. Not bad, there's no stray sound, and the Chinese pronunciation is clear. There's no foreign accent, and there's a little capital dialect accent. He's a young man who grew up in the capital. He's about 29 years old this year. To be able to make such an analysis after only listening to one of his songs, this AI was really well-rounded. Zhao Liangzi was impressed. He wished he could kneel in front of the computer and talk to Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar. Although he was facing a computer-simulated hologram, people who worked on artificial intelligence knew that the so-called artificial intelligence had a father. Every aspect of the artificial intelligence was given by the father. Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar was the crystallization of his own wisdom. Perhaps it was due to the lack of time and not being able to optimize it, but to have such a level of intelligence in such a short period of time was already a heaven-defying existence. Just as he was sighing, Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar asked a third question. "Please answer in 5 seconds. The mayors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki want the U.S. to apologize for the nuclear bombing. Should the U.S. apologize?" This time, Hua Xiaoheng said directly into the microphone, "It shouldn't be." "Why?" "There were no innocent souls under the atomic bombs of World War II. Hua Xiaoheng said simply and firmly, "Japan initiated World War II and received the support of the entire Japanese people. For them, the 2 atomic bombs were a blessing in disguise, and they couldn't blame anyone else. They could not become victims just because they were defeated. If they can become victims, then what are the 30 million Chinese people who were killed by them?" Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar became clearer and clearer. He asked the last question with a smile. "May I ask if the Japanese government should apologize for the massacre in Huaxia?" "Yes." This time, everyone in the control room gave a resounding answer. Their voices reached the submarine cabin and almost echoed. Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar finally smiled in relief and said, "I know it's you guys. My compatriots are here." After that, he did not continue to ask questions and began to speak. Thank you for coming to see me. If you answer any of the questions wrong, the self-destruct device here will immediately activate. I'm Gu Xiangwen. I'm not a citizen of Huaxia, but I'm a descendant of Huaxia. The second half of my life was spent abroad hiding from the pursuit of right-wing extremist groups in Japan. When I found out that the Japanese National Intelligence Agency, the Secret Service, was also involved, I knew that I could no longer fight against them with my own strength. No matter how heaven-defying a person's ability is, he can't fight against the strength of the entire country. Therefore, I decided to return to my motherland, Huaxia. 7 years and 3 months ago, my wife and I traveled around the world for a few days in the name of a vacation. It's better to be safe than sorry. We went to the Taj Mahal in India and Cape City in South Africa to leave some clues. Finally, we took Southeast Asia and planned to return to our motherland via MH210. After saying that, he sighed. Unfortunately, I still underestimated the Japanese right-wing organization's determination to obtain my research results and the extent of their madness. Because of me, MH210 was hijacked by mercenaries under the command of the Japanese Secret Service. It was forced to land on an island in the Cape of Good Hope and waited for the Japanese to arrive. I was detained with many passengers. Originally, I found an opportunity to use hypnosis to hypnotize the mercenary guards before the Japanese Secret Service arrived and escape with my wife. However, I was soft-hearted and also took away the 4 Huaxia people who had been surrounding me. They were 2 old men and 2 young men. In the end, I led the wolf into the house. Although these 4 Huaxia people are descendants of Huaxia, they are actually spies of the Japanese Secret Service. They betrayed me. The submarine was sneaking under the sea, but they secretly sent their location to the Japanese. Finally, they attracted the Japanese warships and chased my submarine all the way. After saying this, he paused for a moment. Another sound suddenly appeared in the submarine's room. It sounded like the rumbling of waves, but also like the sound of drums under a quilt. After a while, there was a deafening explosion. Just listening to the sound made people shudder. Did you hear that? That's the sound of a torpedo. Yes, with these 4 Huaxia people as spies, my submarine was discovered by the Japanese warships that chased after it. The torpedo hit the submarine, causing fatal damage to the submarine. By the way, the Japanese have a secret military base in the Cape of Good Hope. Their coordinates are latitude in the south and longitude in the east. They originally planned to take me and my submarine to their secret military base at the Cape of Good Hope to do their new weapon development and high-energy magnetic field experiments here. But if the Japanese were to master the technology one have, it would be another disaster for Huaxia. The submarine was hit. There were only 2 choices in front of me. Either I floated up and was captured by the Japanese, or I sealed the submarine and sank, leaving this world completely. The food and water in the submarine were all poisoned by those 4 people. They forced me to float up. I didn't want to be captured by the Japanese. I would rather sink to the bottom and perish with them. Before I died, I left a few holographic avatars in the submarine's computer system for the fated person who discovered this submarine. All the assets under my and my wife's names will be inherited by our biological daughter, Gunyanji. If she is no longer in this world, all our assets will be donated to our motherland, Huaxia. My most important research results are in the music box on the desk. This music box has a self-destruct mechanism. Those who can't meet the requirements don't have to try to open it. There was another long silence after that. Just when they thought Gu Xiangwen had no more last words, he spoke again. This time, it was completely for Gunyanji. My father, Gu Haoze, and I were both victims of the Japanese Operation Borrowed Seed. Now, this pain has extended to my sister, Gu Tian, and daughter, Gunyanji. I tried my best, but I couldn't save my only sister, Gu Tian, nor could I cure my only daughter, Nianji. Nianji, my baby, Daddy and Mommy used to regret not being able to see you grow up. Now I realize that Daddy and Mommy really won't be able to see you grow up. But don't be afraid, baby. Daddy and Mommy are only leaving first. We will wait for you on the road to hell. We won't let you be alone. Nianji, Daddy can't take it anymore. I really want to see you again, hug you, and kiss your cute little face. Nianji, Daddy is a scientist. I don't believe in ghosts or reincarnation, but at this moment, Daddy is willing to believe that if ghosts and gods really exist and reincarnation really exist, please be my daughter in your next life. A healthy daughter. Let me watch you grow up, get married, have children, and live a happy life as an ordinary person. Daddy and Mommy brought you into this world, but they didn't give you a healthy body. They made you suffer from genetic defects since you were young. It's Daddy's incompetence that can't cure your illness. I'm not a good father. Your bad temper is extremely cute in Daddy's eyes. Your mother always says that I spoil you, but I know that you don't have a bad temper. You're just not feeling well. You've already done very well. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy is incompetent and didn't cure your illness. Mom and Dad are both gone, leaving my baby to face the world alone. Mom and Dad are very sad. But don't be afraid and don't cry. Do you still remember your favorite story about the Little Mermaid? We didn't die. We are just like the Little Mermaid, turning into bubbles in the sea at dawn. When the bubbles dissipate and a rainbow appears in the sky, it means that we have come to see you. Then, with a ding, Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar gradually blurred and finally disappeared completely. This was the second chapter for today, chapter 1393, Countdown from the Other Shore, 2. There are 2 updates today, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1405. Song Jining felt the same way. She couldn't help but wipe her face with the back of her hand to wipe away the tears that had quietly fallen. When everyone heard Gu Xiangwen's last words in this world, they were all sad and speechless. This feeling of burning internal organs and being so angry that they were speechless could only be felt by people of the same culture and race. Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar had already disappeared, and the chandelier floor lamp in the submarine cabin gradually dimmed. The computer screen immediately went dark. But soon, the LCD light in the sunken light hole on the ceiling of the cabin lit up again. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by the small black cylinder on the desk. This was the music box that Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar had mentioned, right? It looked about the same size, and the most important thing was that there was only one thing on the desk. Hu Xiaoheng was the first to look away. He lowered his head and quickly gave the little robot instructions. He instructed it to fly over the 8 large screens and see the scene behind the screens. Behind the screens was a bed. There were 2 people lying side by side inside. A man and a woman. The man was wearing the khaki trench coat that they had just seen. His thick hair was neatly combed. His eyes were closed, and his tall nose was particularly obvious. His chin was square, the corners of his lips were slightly pursed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It was Gu Xiangwen. Next to him was a fair-skinned, gentle, and beautiful young woman. She should be his wife, Gu Nianji's mother. Hu Xiaoheng only took a glance and immediately stood up. He gave a very standard military salute to Gu Xiangwen and his wife's bodies on the screen. Other than Song Jining, the people in the monitoring room were all active duty soldiers, including the experts in the final assembly. Like Hu Xiaoheng, they stood up at the same time and saluted the bodies of Gu Xiangwen and his wife on the computer screen. Song Jining bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle in the direction of the computer screen. After 3 minutes of silence, Hu Xiaoheng put down his hand and gritted his teeth. He said in a low voice, let's start the salvage." Everyone immediately took their positions and quickly adjusted the monitoring equipment to its best condition. They threw themselves into the intense work. Zhao Liangzi rushed to the deck outside the door and worked with the staff operating the mechanical arm to retrieve his little robot. The long slender rope was made of the toughest material. Although it was thin, its strength and tenacity were top-notch. Not long after, his little robot returned to his hand. The mechanical arm sealed the last gap, and the 5 steel fingers firmly grasped the body of the submarine. Once the joystick exerted its maximum horsepower, the salvage could begin. 16 hours later, the sky outside was already bright. The bright red sun leaped up from the surface of the sea, sprinkling down 1,000 rays of light. Not far away, white gulls were flying above the deep blue sea. They were draped in red and gold, like butterflies flying up and down among the flowers. The sunrise over the sea was always so magnificent. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scene. In order to salvage the submarine as soon as possible, everyone worked hard. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was dark. He connected his laptop to the Nandu satellite communication system and adjusted the frequency of multiple satellites to monitor the area. He had only used one satellite previously, but it seemed like it was still not enough. If they hadn't heard Gu Xiangwen's last words, they wouldn't have known that Japan had built a secret military base here. Now that he even had the coordinates, it was only natural for him to take a good look. In the next 24 hours, the entire fleet and the research ship were working on one thing, which was to salvage the cement submarine. Because they had underestimated the weight of the submarine, they had experienced all kinds of difficulties and dangers. The moment the submarine loosened from the seabed, the seawater surged violently and set off huge waves. The research ship was tossing and turning in the face of the wind and waves. Several experts vomited until their hearts ached, but no one was willing to stop. Stabilize, 30 degrees to the left, and the number 1 steel spike is tight. Speed up. Use the upward thrust of this wave to save some horsepower. However, the submarine had only risen a little when it was shaken by the huge waves. The mechanical joystick made a loud crackling sound, and it sounded like it was about to disintegrate in the next second. Fortunately, these operators had rich experience. They focused and continued to strengthen and increase the horsepower. They found a balance point in the waves and steadily pulled the submarine out of the water step by step. They didn't sleep or rest. The group of people worked hard for 2 days and 1 night, and finally, the cement submarine that had been at the bottom of the sea for 7 years saw the light of day again. The unpredictable weather on the Atlantic Ocean didn't hinder them. Otherwise, if the heavy rain and hurricanes washed away their salvage work, who knew how much more effort they would have to put in? The moment the submarine covered in seaweed, shellfish, and sand emerged from the water, a rainbow really appeared in the distance between the sea and the sky. With a whoosh, the entire research ship propped up a huge curtain, blocking this area of the sea and blocking the spying of other countries' satellites. When the submarine went out to sea, they could clearly see the huge scar on the surface of the submarine from the surveillance cameras. It could be seen that the people inside the submarine had quickly taken measures to seal the entire cabin. However, the submarine was unable to operate normally after suffering such a heavy blow from the torpedo. Under normal circumstances, a submarine that suffered such a blow would float to the surface. However, Gu Xiangwen chose to perish together with the enemy. The submarine was finally salvaged. Its weight wasn't something that an ordinary ship could withstand, but Hua Xiaoheng and the others were well prepared. However, Hua Xiaoheng and the others were fully prepared. This research ship, which was even larger than the largest foreign research ship, played its role at this time. When the submarine was placed on the deck that the research ship had prepared beforehand, the entire ship sank from the pressure. The waterline had obviously dropped a lot. However, it didn't affect the normal operation of the research ship. The experts in the monitoring room swarmed out and went to the deck to look at the submarine that they had spent a lot of effort to salvage. A few older experts even came over with white wine, poured it into a bowl, and sprinkled it around the submarine. The leader of the expert group respectfully raised the white wine and said to the submarine, "Mr. Gu, sorry for disturbing you today. We'll take you home now. Your daughter is very good and healthy. She'll be very proud to have a father and mother like you." They didn't know who Sirius was before, but after Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar personally said that his daughter's name was Gu Nianji, many of them understood. Gu Nianji was Hu Xiaoheng's fiancée. Not only in the military, but even in the entire country, there probably weren't many people who didn't know about it. After all, Hu Xiaoheng's grand proposal in front of the tomb of the unknown warrior in Red Square, as well as the huge diamond ring, had already spread all over the internet. Later, the television stations even broadcasted it over and over again. Those who didn't know about it could be said to be very ignorant. While everyone was surrounding the cement submarine and worshipping it, Hu Xiaoheng had already been working alone in the radar room of the research ship for 10 hours. His eyes were bloodshot, and the screen of the active phased array radar in front of him was densely marked by him. "All of you, pull the anchor and set sail." He asked Zhao Liangzi to issue orders to the entire fleet through the captain's room's pager. It wasn't just the research ship, but also the nuclear submarine that they had brought with them as their trump card, as well as the cruisers, destroyers, and anti-submarine patrol ships that had been following them to perform lookouts and security functions had all received orders. This was a military order. Once the military order was issued, everyone could only carry it out immediately. Therefore, the entire fleet quickly prepared to set sail and return the way they had come. At the same time, the experts quickly cleaned the cement submarine that had been salvaged with high-pressure water jets. Then, the deck of the research ship rumbled. The deck that Gu Xiangwen's cement submarine was placed on broke off from the surrounding decks with a thud and slowly descended, as if a huge hole had appeared on the deck. When the entire cement submarine had completely descended below the deck level, the deck above its head slowly closed again, covering the entire hole like a lid. It turned out that there was a huge compartment space below the deck, which was specially prepared to store the submarine. The submarine was hidden in the hull of the research ship. No matter how powerful those spy satellites were, they wouldn't be able to shine through the deck that had been covered with lead plates to see the situation inside. Zhao Liangzi directed the closing of the deck outside. After completely hiding the submarine, he gestured for someone to remove the curtains on the research ship. Of course, these curtains couldn't be used on the return journey. Otherwise, how would they sail the ship? After the curtains were removed, the deck was empty, as if the dark submarine just now was just an illusion. Zhao Liangzi was satisfied with all the videos of the operation here. He then went to report to Hu Xiaoheng in the radar room. "Report. The targets outside have been cleared." Hu Xiaoheng didn't even raise his head. He only waved his hand. "Thank you for your hard work. Order all the fleets to advance at full speed now. I want to return 3 days earlier than planned." After a pause, Hu Xiaoheng said in a hoarse voice, "Inform Nianji to wait for us at the southern military port." She was actually waiting to welcome her parents ashore. Ever since Bai Shuang's death, Zhao Liangzi had thought that his emotions had become numb. This was the first time since then that he felt his heart twist into a ball. It was so painful that he could barely breathe. "Yes, Chief." Zhao Liangzi accepted the order and asked, "Should I tell her in advance?" "Not yet." Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes. She doesn't have to suffer for too long. Even if everything went smoothly, it would take at least 12 days for them to return. If he told her now, she didn't know what kind of suffering she would have to endure for the next 12 days. Hu Xiaoheng rejected the idea without hesitation. Zhao Liangzi also understood and quickly said, "I understand. I'll go inform her now. Zhao Liangzi returned to his cabin and couldn't help squatting behind the door to wipe his tears for a while. After he had calmed down, he drank some water and called Gu Nianji. On the phone, he pretended to be relaxed and said, "Nianji, my mission is complete. We'll be back soon. Do you want to come to the military port to pick up Brother Zhe? Of course, there's also Hua Xiao and Ms. Song." On the phone, Gu Nianji's voice was light and soft. "Brother Zhe, you can come back now." "That's great. I'll pick you up at the military port. I'll go right away." "When will you arrive?" "I have to pack my luggage in advance." This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 1394, Countdown from the Other Side, 3. There were 2 chapters today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second chapter was at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Lu Xiaozhai for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Thank you for your monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation votes, and tips. Mwah. Chapter 1406. Zhao Liangzi used all the restraint and acting skills he could muster in his life to smile tearfully in front of the clueless Gu Nianji. "Okay, we'll be at the southern military port in 12 days. Contact Big Xiong and he'll take you there." "Huh? I still need Brother Xiong. Can't I go by myself?" "I don't want to trouble Brother Xiong." Gu Nianji deliberately said pitifully, "Brother Xiong is so fierce. I'm so scared." "You're afraid of Big Xiong?" Zhao Liangzi almost snorted. "Nianji, I haven't seen you for a few months. Your acting skills have deteriorated. You're too exaggerated." Gu Nianji snorted and sniffed. "This is called humor. Humor, understand? I'm an old man, so I don't understand you young people stuff." Zhao Liangzi took a deep breath and explained, "Because that's a military port. You can't enter without a certain level of security. Although your security level is high, you're not a military personnel, so you still need Big Xiong to accompany you in." Gu Nianji understood and quickly nodded. "Okay. I'll ask Brother Xiong to take me there." "Good girl." Zhao Liangzi habitually praised her, but his chest was filled with desolation. He never knew that he could laugh so happily with tears streaming down his face. After talking to Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangzi sent In Shixiang a text message asking him to take her to the military port. He didn't want to talk, so he didn't call. After arranging Gu Nianji's itinerary, Zhao Liangzi washed his face and returned to the radar room. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Chief, everything has been arranged. Big Xiong will bring Nianji to the military port in 12 days to wait for us. It would only take half a day to take a military plane from the imperial capital to the southern military port." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and was about to continue giving orders when he suddenly saw Zhao Liangzi's slightly red and swollen eyes. He frowned slightly and looked down as if nothing had happened. "Go find Chen Lai and apply it to your eyes." At this time, Chen Lai was in the compartment of the cement submarine hidden under the deck. He was commanding his men to build a sealed cabin filled with nitrogen to trap the submarine inside. After the nitrogen-filled sealed cabin was set up, they could enter with oxygen tanks on their backs. They could open the door of the submarine in the nitrogen-filled sealed cabin, enter, and drag the bodies of the 4 spies out. He had nothing to do in the next 12 days, so he could kill time by dissecting the bodies of the 4 spies. At the same time, he could test their DNA and check their family pedigree. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his eyes in embarrassment and said, "I'm fine. I just went out and the sea breeze blew." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and didn't bring up the topic again. He said, "It's good that you're fine. You take over the radar control here. I'm going to the cruiser to command the battle." "Battle?" Zhao Liangzi tensed up. "What battle?" "We are a research ship." Hu Xiaoheng pointed at the dense red dots on the active phased array radar screen. Wild dogs are already blocking the way. Do you think we can just let them go? Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi solemnly took over the radar control room from Hu Xiaoheng and prepared to coordinate the battle. In the bay about 200 nautical miles away from the Huaxia Empire's research ship, a few white warships were ready to set off. In the captain's cabin of the largest warship, a tall black man in a camouflage military uniform was talking to the leaders of the nearby military base through a satellite video phone. They were all speaking in English. Chief, our target this time is not small. We feel that $100 million is too little. It's not enough for us to risk our lives, the black man said arrogantly with a ruffian look on his face. The person who was talking to him was Hideta Yamaguchi, the leader of the Japanese Secret Service. Isn't this not right? How can you increase the price at the last minute? Hideta Yamaguchi narrowed his eyes. Besides, you and I both know that as long as you send out a ship, the warships behind it will all be our people. You can earn $100 million with just a pretense. You don't need to really risk your lives, hee, is that so? Alright, but you said that we're just a pretense. Don't blame us if you can't beat us. Nonsense. How can we not beat them? Hideta Yamaguchi had an arrogant look on his face as he secretly cursed these Somali pirates for being illiterate and not knowing history. Thinking about how the great Japanese Empire's navy had defeated those tattered ships of Huaxia 100 years ago. Huaxia also had a navy. Good. Of course it's good that you can fight. Then let's make it clear. We're just a pretense and won't interfere. If you want us to make a move. The black man moved his fingers and made a gesture of counting money. Hideta Yamaguchi secretly cursed this pirate for being so greedy for money, but on the surface, he had no choice but to brush him off. Okay, but you have to fire the first shot. After they retaliate, you can run. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The black man raised his right hand in front of his forehead and waved it forward in a Western military salute. The Huaxia Empire's research ship fleet sailed at high speed on the sea. Before the sky turned dark, the entire fleet sailed into a sea area. This was still the high seas. The terrain of this area was rather special. Small islands formed by coral reefs were scattered all over the place, and the waterways were winding. It was very difficult to navigate. But that was in the past. Now, with satellite navigation and satellite mapping, the shapes of the islands and reefs here were clearly studied. Therefore, they followed the route that had already been set and moved forward at full speed. The last trace of the setting sun in the sky sank into the sea level, and the colorful sunset instantly lit up the sky. The sunset was like the background, setting off the entire sea area as a stage. A big show was slowly unfolding. Hu Xiaoheng stood in the captain's cabin of the cruiser, wearing a Bluetooth headset. A real-time sea map was displayed on the screen in front of him. On the sea map, he was monitoring all the movements on and under the sea within a radius of 500 nautical miles. The global networking system formed by the Nandu satellite showed its unique advantage at this time. Reporting, a warship has appeared at 3:00. Reporting, a submarine has appeared at 150 nautical miles below the sea surface. Reporting, a warship has appeared at 6:00. Reporting, a warship has appeared at 9:00. Reporting, a warship has appeared at 12:00. Reporting, a fighter jet has taken off and is flying towards us. Reporting, the enemy has deployed an electronic shielding system. Please give instructions. Please give instructions. The soldiers in charge of monitoring the lookout methodically reported to Hu Xiaoheng the enemy's movements they had observed. What did it mean for warships to appear in all directions in this high seas area at this time? It didn't take a particularly vigilant person to know that the enemy was not friendly. Zhao Liangzi, who was in the center of the radar monitoring area, broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that the Japanese might cause trouble, but just like Gu Xiangwen, he also underestimated the Japanese's determination to win, as well as the extent of their insanity. So many warships, planes, and submarines, and an electronic shielding system. Are they trying to declare war on US? Or do they think we are pushovers? Zhao Liangzi angrily slammed his fist on the table. Hu Xiaoheng saw it more carefully than he did. He was calm and composed as he gave orders to the nuclear submarines on his side, 150 nautical miles ahead, 45 degrees, destroy the enemy's submarines. We must kill them with one blow. Destroy as many submarines as they have. Hu Xiaoheng said coldly as he passed on the first order. Everything else was easy to deal with, but the submarine's movements at the bottom of the sea were too elusive and difficult to deal with, so he chose to destroy the enemy's submarine first. Japan was too conceited when it came to their navy. Not only did they send warships over, but they also sent submarines. In fact, the Huaxia Imperial Navy was the first to develop submarines, and nuclear submarine technology was one of the best on the entire Blue Planet. The largest nuclear submarine in Huaxia could carry 480 nuclear warheads at once. The significance of these nuclear warheads was that if it was provoked, it could fire the nuclear warheads it carried at once. It didn't need to aim at any target, and could destroy half of the Blue Planet with its own explosive yield. The consequence of this nuclear deterrence was that even if the other party discovered the location of the nuclear submarine, they could only watch helplessly as it cruised freely in the four oceans. One moment, it appeared on the coast of Hawaii for sightseeing, and the next moment, it came out to take a breather on the surface of the Diaoyu Islands. However, no one dared to attack it. Because attacking it would be equivalent to courting death. This method of overwhelming strength truly reflected what, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were paper tigers, meant. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng's nuclear submarine this time wasn't the largest. It only carried dozens of submarine-launched ballistic missiles, but it was enough to deal with the other party's trash. At Hu Xiaoheng's order, the nuclear submarine escorting them immediately loaded according to the data and parameters he provided. At the same time, they searched with their radar and locked onto the position of the other party's submarine. Huaxia No. 1, fire. The JL-1 small submarine-launched ballistic missile carried by the nuclear submarine shot out from the submarine's muzzle and sped forward silently like a small dolphin in the sea. The Japanese submarine 150 nautical miles ahead suddenly realized that they had been locked onto by their radar, and a ballistic missile was speeding towards them. The distance was too short, and the ballistic missile was too fast. There was no time to dodge. They could only watch as the missile, which was as fast as a dolphin, approached them. When it was about to approach the enemy submarine, the ballistic missile shed its gentle and interesting outer shell, revealing the ferocious burning warhead inside. Boom! In the depths of the sea, a series of explosions rang out from the bottom of the water. The Japanese submarine was almost instantly hit by the torpedo. The hull made of Kobe steel was not up to standard. At this time, it shattered into pieces and scattered in the depths of the ocean. At the same time, flames shot out from the bottom of the sea. They were sandwiched in the snow-white waves that splashed everywhere, and complemented the strong sunset glow in the sky. It was like a fireworks feast on the surface of the sea. It was a beautiful sight to behold. It bloomed in the night sky for a long time, and the surface of the sea was turbulent. The soldiers of the research ship fleet stared intently at the grand scene on the surface of the sea not far away. They all thought in unison that this was the most beautiful fireworks they had ever seen in their lives. This is today's second update, Chapter 1395, The Most Beautiful Fireworks. Today's second update is to remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, my dear friends. Chapter 1407. What happened? How did the submarine get discovered? In a secret Japanese military base 200 nautical miles away, the commander was furious into the microphone. Who leaked the location of our submarine? If I find out, I'll skin him alive. Why is there a submarine in the Huaxia research fleet? How did you gather the information? Our submarine was hit by the enemy's submarine-launched ballistic missile from the bottom of the sea. We didn't have enough time to react. The head of the Secret Service, Hideta Yamaguchi, listened to the intense discussion between his own people with a gloomy expression. He knocked on the table in front of him and said coldly, "There's no need to argue. Just do it. Looks like they're prepared. Attack. We've already lost the initiative." The commander of the secret military base said reluctantly, "The difficulty has greatly increased. Do we have to intercept them?" "Yes. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we have to stop them. Do you know what they took from us? Do you know how much benefit they can bring to the great Japanese empire from what they stole?" Hideta Yamaguchi pointed at the commander's chest and approached step by step. His expression was ferocious as he said word by word, "I don't care how much you pay, how many ships you damage, or how many people you injure. I just want you to leave the fleet over there. Especially their research ships. What's so difficult about it? They only have a few ships, but you have the entire base. You can't beat them." The commander of the secret military base was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "But you also hired pirates." "Yes, the pirates will fire the first shot. Then, your men will attack. Those pirates are just a mob. Are you counting on them?" Hideta Yamaguchi retracted his hand, placed it behind his back, and threatened. "I think you don't want to do it anymore, right? If you don't do it, someone else will naturally take your place." Hideta Yamaguchi had already said this. If he did not become the commander of this secret military base would probably be replaced. Originally, this overseas secret military base was established with the strong support of the Secret Service. It was unknown what deal they had with the Prime Minister and the cabinet, but in short, they had the full support of the national finance. Hey! He no longer refuted and agreed to Hideta Yamaguchi's suggestion. He turned around and went to his command room to direct the battle. At this time, the curtain of night had just fallen, and there seemed to be remnants of the grand fireworks in the bright night sky. However, the officers and soldiers of the research fleet knew that a fierce battle was imminent. The enemy's submarine had been ambushed, but the enemy did not retreat. 7 or 8 warships formed an encirclement and pressed forward. "Report. Our destroyer has been locked on. Our destroyer has been locked on." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Song Jining. "Miss Song, it's up to you now. Magnetic field interference, right?" Song Jining nodded and smiled intelligently. "Just you wait." She had been by Hua Xiaoheng's side adjusting the equipment for a long time. Just now, when the other party cast the electronic shield, they did not use the anti-electronic shield, because they were relatively far away, and the electronic shield did not have much effect on them. Even if they were blocked by the electronic shield, they could still communicate using traditional methods. But now that the other party had locked onto their battleship and was about to unleash their ultimate move, they made their move. Song Jining calmly turned on the equipment and began to interfere with the magnetic field. The magnetic field of this sea region is quite strange to begin with. Song Jining smirked. "With my interference and amplifier, I want to see how good their technology is." The danger caused by the abnormal magnetic field at sea was much greater than on land. The famous Bermuda Triangle of the Blue Planet was the graveyard of countless planes and ships. The biggest reason was because of the abnormal magnetic field there. In less than a minute, all the guidance instruments on the other party's ship failed. And the most important thing in launching a missile was the navigation system. As soon as the magnetic field interference appeared, the other party's guidance system was immediately thrown into disorder. The missiles fired could not hit the target according to the established trajectory. Their destroyer's lock-on state was immediately lifted. However, they did not expect the other party to still forcefully launch a ballistic missile. However, the ballistic missile flew chaotically in the air, like a hot molecule in Brownian motion. Hu Xiaoheng snorted and looked out the window with his arms crossed. He did not say anything. The captain of the destroyer commanded the battle and immediately ordered, "Open fire and intercept. Counterattack." Of course, their guidance system was safe and sound. The precision-guided missile flew out, with an error of no more than 5 meters. In the vast sea, this error was negligible. Soon, a ballistic missile from their side rose into the air, aimed at the other party's missile that was in Brownian motion and collided head-on. At the same time, another ballistic missile arrived, aimed at the other party's cruiser, and accurately hit the most vulnerable keel structure in the middle of the ship. Boom! Boom! 2 loud noises reverberated in the dark sea. The night sky bloomed with a scene even more magnificent than the fireworks from the bottom of the sea. The beauty that was released in that instant was not only so beautiful that one could not look away, but it also filled one's chest with pride. The cruiser in the lead was broken in 2 at the waist and sank to the bottom of the sea amid a loud bang and flames. Those on the cruiser who were not killed or burned to death all fell into the sea, wearing life jackets and waving white flags. "Chief, do we need to capture them?" The captains of their warships asked Hu Xiaoheng in unison. This was because according to some so-called international conventions, when 2 armies fought, the defeated soldiers who raised the white flag could not continue to be pursued and killed. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was solemn as he immediately instructed, "The goal is to eliminate the enemy's effective forces. If it were humans, not a single one would be spared. They would all die." Their warships immediately attacked the drowning dogs without hesitation. After destroying the other party's cruiser and killing all the survivors on the cruiser in the sea, everyone's morale was boosted. In all these years, they had never fought to their heart's content. The Somali pirates hired by the Japanese Secret Service saw that the situation was not good and immediately ordered, "Turn the rudder. Turn the rudder. Turn the rudder immediately." They raised their pirate flags to show that they were not on the same side as the Japanese warships. Hu Xiaoheng quickly received an inquiry, "Chief, do we attack the Somali pirate ship?" "Of course, we have to fight. And we have to treat it as spoils of war." "Leave the ship but not the people," Hu Xiaoheng instructed calmly. His heart skipped a beat. This was a great excuse that had been delivered to his doorstep. He immediately sent the coordinates of the Japanese secret military base 200 nautical miles away, as well as the important building targets he had found based on the Nanda satellite system, to the commander on the nuclear submarine that was lurking at the bottom of the sea. He lied through his teeth, "This is a pirate base. Destroy them all and remove the obstacles for civilian merchant ships." At the same time, he ordered the cruisers, destroyers, and anti-submarine patrol ships to attract the attention of the enemy warships and not let them return. At Hu Xiaoheng's order, the nuclear submarine at the bottom of the sea immediately moved forward quickly. 10 nautical miles. 50 nautical miles. 100 nautical miles. 150 nautical miles. Soon, they were only 50 nautical miles away from the other party's coordinates. The commander on the nuclear submarine entered the data Hu Xiaoheng had given them into the ballistic missile database. Then, he activated the precision guidance system and aimed at the target on the shore. This time, they were going to attack the ground facilities from the bottom of the sea. They were using the M8 sea-to-surface missile. This missile was equipped with 3 thrusters and had 8 independent multiple re-entry vehicles. Each vehicle could carry a nuclear warhead with a yield of at least 200,000 tons, and it could attack an area of 100 by 200 nautical miles. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng's nuclear submarine this time did not carry nuclear warheads, but conventional warheads. However, in modern naval warfare, the explosive power of conventional warheads alone was already incredible. Unlike torpedoes used at the bottom of the sea, sea-to-surface missiles were launched from the bottom of the sea, but they had to rush out of the sea, fly a certain distance above the atmosphere, and finally hit the target. At this time, aiming at the target required two sets of guidance systems to be used alternately. Hua Xiaoheng's hands were also sweating. They really did not fight many actual naval battles like this. Let's treat this time as the best training. Chief, everything is ready. Please give the order. The commander on the nuclear submarine asked Hua Xiaoheng for authorization. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the command communication microphone and said in a deep voice, "Target, the pirate base 50 nautical miles ahead of the submarine. The purpose is to escort our research ship and protect the right of free passage granted by the International Maritime Convention. I authorize you to destroy the other party's base and completely destroy the other party's combat strength." Yes, Chief. The commander on the nuclear submarine received the order and immediately ordered, "Target, the pirate base 50 nautical miles ahead of the submarine. Result, destroy the other party's base and destroy the other party's combat strength. Open fire." As soon as he finished speaking, the first batch of M8 sea-to-surface ballistic missiles roared out from the bottom of the sea. They suddenly rushed out of the sea and rushed into the sky. Then, they turned around and dived towards the secret naval base that Japan had operated for more than 10 years. 12 high-yield conventional ballistic missiles rose into the air at the same time and dived together. Then, they exploded in 12 areas of the secret military base at the same time. Boom! 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 The entire secret military base was shrouded in mushroom clouds in an instant. The warships and submarines that were docked in the harbor and did not travel were also hit by the missiles. Thick smoke billowed, and one ship after another was capsized and blown up at the waist. Although the people on the ship did not sleep, they were even more helpless when they saw the missiles suddenly falling from the sky. They could not even find an excuse. They could only watch helplessly as the secret military base that they had operated for more than 10 years was destroyed just like that. Go underground. Go underground. The most precious thing in their secret military base was not these warships and submarines, but their secret military laboratories. Half of these laboratories were above ground and the other half underground. The laboratories above ground were all destroyed, but the underground ones were still preserved. Hideta Yamaguchi was surrounded by a few people and rushed out of a barracks that had just been blown up. He looked back at the mess in the base and the scene of countless people running around. He stomped his feet and said sternly, "Stop right there. You have completely disgraced the Japanese Empire's soldiers." This is today's first update, Chapter 1396, Seek Kindness and Obtain Kindness, Hammer Hammer, 1. There are 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes at 8:00 in the evening, the second update. P.S. Thank you Enigmayanxi for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1408. Stop right there. All of you, stop right there. Where's your colonel? Where's the major? Where the hell did they go? Hideta Yamaguchi waved a pistol, wishing he could shoot the fleeing soldiers. The soldiers were panicking in the smoke and fire in the base. No one listened to him at all. However, this was an era of peace, so Hideta Yamaguchi didn't dare to shoot. He spat on the ground. Baka! Retreat to the underground laboratory. Unfortunately, it was too late. After their nuclear submarines launched the first round of attacks, the deck of the destroyer in the rear of the fleet suddenly parted to both sides, revealing a dark cabin of drones below. In the dark night, ghostly drones quickly rose into the air and pressed towards the secret military base that had just been bombed. This time, Hua Xiaoheng had deployed hundreds of drones to fill the entire compartment of the destroyer. They were originally used to deal with the Japanese warships that might be chasing after them. However, they didn't expect that there would be a secret Japanese naval military base here, so they wouldn't stand on ceremony. The soldiers on their destroyer were focused on controlling the drone system in their cabins. They wanted to accurately strike targets 200 nautical miles away. From the infrared camera carried by the drone, they could clearly see the situation in the military base. One by one, running red figures appeared on their screens. Whoever the cross-shaped front sight was aimed at, the light machine gun carried by the drone would fire a series of bullets. They could clearly see that the people running and howling for their lives weren't Somali pirates. But who cared? Some sanctimonious people who bowed whenever they made a mistake were even more despicable than pirates. The second round of harvesting began. One by one, the fleeing Japanese soldiers were shot by the drones and fell to the ground screaming. Among these people who were fleeing in panic, Hideta Yamaguchi was the most obvious target because he was surrounded by a large group of bodyguards. This kind of person was obviously a big shot. The soldiers controlling the drones didn't know who he was, but they all aimed the muzzles of the drones at him. Da-da-da-da. A burst of bullets came from the air and poured down. All of them hit Hideta Yamaguchi, almost cutting off half of his head. This time, he didn't even make a sound before he fell to the ground and died. With his death, the secret military base would be even more leaderless. When the Japanese warships learned that something had happened to the base, they did not dare to continue fighting and were about to return. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the microphone and ordered his men. Eliminate them all. As a result, the remaining Japanese battleships failed to return to the secret military base and were all destroyed by our ballistic missiles. This area of the sea was instantly filled with fragments of ships. Flames burst out from the sunken battleships and burned on the surface of the sea. There were also countless corpses floating on the surface of the sea. It was like Azura hell. Hua Xiaoheng put on his night vision goggles and watched the tragic scene outside from the cabin without batting an eyelid. He didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. Repaying evil with good, how to repay good. As a soldier, he believed in only one goal, victory. Fighting a war without victory as the goal was playing hooligan. Hua Xiaoheng had the professional ethics of a soldier and never acted like a hooligan. Huaxia No. 1 reporting. The battle was over. Our side suffered minor injuries and one serious injury. No one died. The ship was moderately damaged and could not move forward. It could only be towed. End of report. This was the captain of the cruiser. Huaxia No. 2 reporting. The battle was over. We had 3 minor injuries, no serious injuries, no deaths. The side of the ship was damaged and needs to be repaired. End of report. This was the captain of the destroyer. Huaxia No. 3 reporting. The battle was over. We had 7 minor injuries and 2 serious injuries. No deaths. The ship's radar was damaged and needs to be repaired. End of report. This was the captain of the anti-submarine ship. Yan Huang No. 1 reporting. The battle was over. We had no minor injuries, no serious injuries, and no deaths. We have run out of ammunition and hope to return as soon as possible. End of report. This was the commander of the nuclear submarine. The only thing that was intact was the research ship that they had surrounded in the middle and was protected by layers of electromagnetic protection. Their cruiser was the first warship to face the enemy head-on, and it had also attracted most of the enemy's firepower. Therefore, there were more injured soldiers, and the damage to the ship was also very serious. However, it didn't matter. Before the battle ended, Hua Xiaoheng had contacted the military and said that they had encountered a strong group of pirates. The ship was seriously damaged and they were requesting reinforcements. Then, he personally used an encrypted line to call General Ji for more than an hour. After General G answered the phone, he locked himself in his office and sat alone for the entire afternoon. When he came out of the office, his eyes and nose were red. The personal secretaries were so scared that they didn't dare to go forward and ask. They didn't know what had happened to make General G, who was tenacious and had a sly personality like an old fox, hide in his office and cry for the entire afternoon, "Our research ship is requesting reinforcements. Go and ask if the aircraft carrier has been sent," General G ordered in a hoarse voice with his hands behind his back. "Yes, Chief." A few personal secretaries were busy coordinating their work and sending someone to the Navy to urge the aircraft carrier fleet to set sail as soon as possible. After Hu Xiaoheng requested reinforcements from the military and called General G, he also ordered Zhao Liangzi to send a distress signal to the entire Atlantic Ocean through the international shortwave radio signal. "Mayday! Mayday! We are the Huaxia Empire's research ship fleet. We have encountered pirates on our way back. We are requesting reinforcements. We are requesting reinforcements." Unfortunately, the Western countries that usually talked about human rights and acted extremely kind and loving were suddenly collectively deaf and mute at this moment. Not a single Western country responded to their distress signal. In fact, there were originally 2 paper cat country warships cruising nearby. After hearing the Huaxia Empire's research ship's distress signal, they immediately turned their rudder and returned. Only a Russian nuclear submarine 500 nautical miles away responded to their distress signal and asked if they needed a Big Ivan bomb. Hu Xiaoheng, Big Ivan, also known as the Tsar Bomba, was named the RDS-220 hydrogen bomb by NATO. It was also known as the King of Bombs. It was the most powerful bomb in human history so far. Whether it was in terms of volume, weight, yield, or lethality, it was unparalleled. Even the United States could only retreat in front of Big Ivan. As expected of a fighting people, they would destroy the world at the drop of a hat. Hu Xiaoheng personally sent a telegram back to the Russian nuclear submarine commander. He politely thanked them for their support, but tactfully rejected the proposal, claiming that pirates were also people. Although the pirates had attacked their fleet, they could not do this to the pirates in accordance with humanitarian principles. Hu Xiaoheng's words were transmitted back to the Russian capital, Moscow, by the Russian nuclear submarine for intelligence analysis. The second in command of the KGB, Vladimir, almost vomited when he saw Hu Xiaoheng's fake excuse. With a look of disgust on his face, he slammed the table and said to his newly promoted deputy, "Peter, the Huaxia Empire's military is invincible with someone like Hu Xiaoheng. Look at what he's saying. Even if he can't beat you to death, he can still disgust you to death." Peter still looked sleepy. He chewed his gum and mumbled, "There's actually a secret military base there. Do you think it's really pirates?" "It's hard to say." Vladimir frowned. "That place is too hidden. I looked at the coordinates and satellite cloud maps. There happened to be a lot of trees in that place, which blocked the satellite's detection. Now that the Huaxia Empire's missiles had burned that place to the ground, the entire base had been detected by the satellites of various countries. However, if it was in the past, he would have insisted that it couldn't be pirates, because pirates wouldn't have such a powerful military base and warship. They usually ran away after robbing and had no fixed place to stay. But now, he didn't dare to say that. Nowadays, pirates had developed on a larger scale, and many pirates had hired former special forces soldiers as training instructors. Their strength was no longer the same as before. Pirates had run amok on the sea over the years, killing, robbing, kidnapping, and extorting. They had made a lot of money. Peter opened the satellite image analysis on the computer and said with drooping eyelids, "From these satellite images, the Huaxia Empire's fleet first used submarines to launch sea-to-air missiles to destroy the ground facilities of that secret military base. Coincidentally, that place was lush with trees. It could have blocked the satellite's detection, but if it was hit by a missile, it would have been double the damage. With the help of those tall trees, the fire caused by the explosion would only have burned more thoroughly. Then, another round of drone fire would have harvested the people who ran out of the fire and weren't killed or burned to death. Finally, the carrier-based aircraft would have directly dropped the GB-49 laser-guided conventional bomb. This kind of bomb is also known as an underground penetrator. It can destroy all buildings 50 meters underground. Peter's fingers tapped on the computer screen. Why did he use an underground penetrator to finish things off? Is there an underground facility in that military base? Vladimir nodded repeatedly and praised, "Peter, you're indeed the smartest. I didn't promote you wrongly. So you also think that there's an underground laboratory in that base? It's a pity that the underground penetrator was used. There's definitely nothing left." Peter seemed to be very regretful. Vladimir nodded, widened his eyes, and waved his fists. He said very exaggeratedly, "I bet that Hu Xiaoheng, who likes to talk bureaucratically, definitely knows what the base is doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. But I still have to say, what kind of attitude does he have towards our big Ivan? I'll despise him for the rest of my life." As they spoke, the office door creaked open. The driver, Ivan, walked in with 2 cups of black coffee. He placed them heavily on the table and rolled his eyes. "Coffee for the 2 of you." Vladimir was shocked and couldn't help but kick him. "What kind of attitude is that? How did I offend you?" The driver dusted off his clothes with a disapproving expression. "That's enough, the 2 of you. It's not like you don't know Major General Hua. Do you have to speak ill of him behind his back? Second brother, let me tell you, Sirius is our good friend. If you speak ill of her fiancé behind his back like that, how will you have the nerve to accept red packets from her in the future?" This is the second update for today, Chapter 1397, Seek Kindness and Obtain Kindness, Hammer Hammer, 2. There are 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS, it's the end of the year. I'm busy at home and at work, so I can't update more. Forgive me. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1409. The corners of Vladimir's mouth twitched when he saw the dissatisfied look on the driver's face. He muttered softly. "All you know is red packets, to make you defect. I guess as long as the red packet is big enough." "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." The middle-aged driver covered his ears with his hands and asked loudly in front of Vladimir. Vladimir glared at him and shouted into his ear, "You don't have to worry about it. Work is work. Personal relationships are personal relationships. I won't be indiscriminate." The middle-aged driver patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "That's good. Boss, the new female intern downstairs is very interested in you. She wants to ask you out. Get lost." Vladimir kicked him again with a fierce expression. "How long has it been since Lena passed away? How dare you say such a thing?" The middle-aged driver blinked and asked, "Boss, you're not even her boyfriend. Why are you going to stay unmarried for the rest of your life for her? You didn't do it on purpose, did you? Did you use her to hide your true sexual orientation?" After saying that, he quickly took a few steps back, as if he was worried that Vladimir would pounce on him at any moment. "I'm straight. Get away from me, you hook. Straight my ass. Straight my ass." Vladimir was so angry that he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. He almost pulled out his gun and shot him dead. Peter reacted quickly and snatched the gun. Then, he winked at the middle-aged driver, telling him to leave quickly. Lena and Peter were originally the team leader and deputy team leader of the same operation team. Peter was the team leader, and Lena was the deputy team leader. After Lena died in the line of duty, Peter's status rose like a rocket. The middle-aged driver was a little uncomfortable at first, but Peter knew how to behave. Before he knew it, the middle-aged driver realized that he was about to be bribed by Peter. He shook his head and walked out of Vladimir's office. He frowned and thought for a while before taking out his phone to send Gu Nianji a WeChat message. Middle-aged driver, serious, looks like Vladimir will be a bachelor for the rest of his life. After Lena died, he kept a distance from all female creatures. I think he can become a Catholic priest. All Catholic priests have to become monks. Gu Nianji didn't know how to reply to this WeChat message. She sighed and found it funny. In the end, she sent him a red packet to comfort him. She smiled at Xiao Yi, who was sitting next to her and concentrating on driving. This driver is so interesting. I like him more. He was more honest than Vladimir. Gu Nianji knew that Vladimir had always been a little wary of her. He spoke hesitantly, as if he was worried that she would tell Hua Xiaoheng about what they had chatted about in the next second. Although he wasn't wrong, because she did share a lot of important and sensitive information with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji hummed a song and laughed softly. Uncle driver. Xiao Yi held the steering wheel and frowned. Which uncle driver? She was driving her car on the way to the military headquarters. General Ji from the military had suddenly called and asked Gu Nianji to go to his office. He said he needed her help with something. Gu Nianji couldn't travel alone. Xiao Yi was like her shadow, following her wherever she went. A friend I met in Russia. Gu Nianji looked at her with a smile. He's from the KGB, but he's not as scary as the rumors say. Instead, he's especially fun. Xiao Yi's grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily, and the veins on the back of her hand popped out. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said, I don't like the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir. He's the most annoying. When he looks at people, he always looks like he sees through you, and he always speaks in a sarcastic tone. At the mention of Vladimir, Xiao Yi immediately became alert. She quickly sensed Gu Nianji from the corner of her eye and was amused by her sly expression, which was as sly as a little fox's. Her mood quickly returned to normal. Xiao Yi nodded indifferently and said, Is that so? She didn't seem interested at all. Pretend, I'll let you pretend. Gu Nianji looked away with a smile on her lips. She looked out the window at the long river of cars. When they arrived at General Ji's house in the courtyard of the military headquarters, Gu Nianji was welcomed directly to General Ji's office by Secretary Chao. He knocked on the door. Chief, Miss Gu is here. General Ji opened the door for her personally and invited her in. Gu Nianji couldn't help raising her eyebrows. There was something wrong with him being so attentive and polite. However, she still acted as if she didn't notice and walked in with a smile. General Ji gently closed the door behind her. Little Gu, sit. He pointed to the small corner sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window in the office and walked over to sit with his back to the window. Gu Nianji had no choice but to sit opposite him and face the window. The floor-to-ceiling window was hung with pale gold curtains, and the LCD lights above her head that mimicked natural light illumination illuminated the room like the sun outside. General Ji stared at Gu Nianji and smiled gently. How have you been? Are you all right? Pretty good. Gu Nianji was puzzled. Why did he sound like he was consoling the families of the martyrs? She felt uncomfortable listening to him, and at the same time, she was a little scared. She couldn't sit still in front of General Ji. After a while, she asked timidly. General Ji, what's the matter? It's Major General Hua. Major General Hua, what's the matter? She didn't even dare to say that something had happened. She was especially worried that it would come true. General Ji shook his head with a bitter smile. No, Major General Hua is fine. However, during his mission this time, he coincidentally brought back the bodies of 2 martyrs. I want to ask you for a favor. Just say it. Gu Nianji's heart, which had been in her throat, calmed down. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. General Ji felt like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. He hesitated for a long time before continuing. I heard that Zhao Liangzi asked you to go to the military port to pick them up, right? Yes, the last time he called, he said it would take 12 days. I'm counting the days. Gu Nianji nodded and said obediently, Brother Xiong will take me with him. I heard that it's a military port, and outsiders can't go in casually. Okay, that's good. General Ji nodded. We will have a small ceremony at the military port to prepare for the bodies of the martyrs to come ashore. I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor and offer flowers to the 2 martyrs? No problem. Gu Nianji agreed readily. Although I'm not a member of the military, I'm still considered a member of the military's family. This kind of thing sounded like a secret ceremony within the military, so it couldn't be done with great fanfare. Asking her to go couldn't just be a convenience, right? It wasn't that Gu Nianji wasn't puzzled. She didn't believe that the military couldn't find a suitable person to offer flowers and had to ask an outsider like her to help. If it really was a very important martyr, this kind of method would be too disrespectful. However, Hu Xiaoheng and General Ji were definitely not such inconsiderate people, so there must be a reason why they asked her to offer flowers. So many thoughts flashed through Gu Nianji's mind in an instant, but her expression remained unchanged. She agreed without hesitation. In any case, she would know what was going on when she went to the military port. 3 days later, the research ship fleet led by Hu Xiaoheng met up with the aircraft carrier fleet that had come to support them. Before this, the fighter jets that had taken off from the aircraft carrier had already flown over countless times to escort them. When the few people in the upper echelons of the Japanese military and the cabinet heard the news, their feelings could no longer be described as mourning the death of their parents. This secret base had been built overseas without the knowledge of most of the people in Japan. Even in the cabinet and the military, only a few people knew about it. However, the money and effort they had invested were real. A secret overseas military base that had been in operation for more than 10 years was gone just like that. The head of the Secret Service, Colonel Hideta Yamaguchi, who had made countless military contributions, had also died in the secret base. In addition, so many laboratories had been destroyed, scientists had been killed, and the Navy had been wiped out. How could they not be furious? They were furious and only wanted the Huaxia Empire to pay the greatest price. The minister of the Japanese cabinet and military took the lead in launching an international attack on the Huaxia Empire. He said that they had burned, killed, and looted overseas and didn't even let go of surrendered captives. It was truly outrageous. He threatened to sue the International Court of Justice to punish the Huaxia Empire's Major General Hu Xiaoheng for his war crimes. This time, Japan chose Twitter and Facebook as their publicity venue. These 2 social media apps were equivalent to the Huaxia Empire's Weibo and WeChat. The official Twitter account of the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs was bombarded with screenshots of naval battles and bases that had been plowed by missiles. These pictures of blood and fire, life and death, immediately caused a huge international impact. Countless foreign netizens were shocked, and in unison, they condemned the Huaxia Empire for being militaristic and guilty of the most heinous crimes. However, the official Twitter accounts of many countries remained strangely silent. They were different from ordinary netizens because they knew the other side of the message. The shortwave radio signal that Hu Xiaoheng had asked Zhao Liangzi to cover the entire Atlantic Ocean had been received by them. At that time, the Huaxia Empire's scientific research ship had clearly been robbed by pirates. How did it become burning, killing, and looting in the Japanese military's mouth? Moreover, the photos of the base that the Japanese officials had released seemed to have been sent back from the scene, and not a satellite screenshot. It was because of this. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. He never fought a battle unprepared. When he decided to take advantage of the situation to destroy the Japanese secret overseas military base, he had prepared all his backup plans. When foreign netizens on Twitter and Facebook were celebrating and united around the official Twitter account of the Japanese cabinet and military to denounce the Huaxia Empire, Wu Shaoheng made his move. He asked Zhao Liangzi to make a long Weibo post with pictures and text. He first posted it on the official Weibo account of the Academy of Sciences in China, and then forwarded the picture to the official Twitter account of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences abroad. The title was a series of eye-catching bright red words, pirates, or Japan, were they pirates or the Japanese Navy? At the same time, he tagged the official Twitter account of the Japanese cabinet and military. The sensational title and the long Weibo post with pictures and text were written in both Chinese and English. It carefully described a cruel naval battle that the Huaxia Empire's scientific research ship had encountered. The Somali pirate ship that Wu Shaoheng had captured was naturally an important piece of evidence, and it had appeared many times. There was also the damage to his own fleet, the seriously injured members of the fleet, and the distress signal sent to the Atlantic Ocean. The shortwave radio signal that he had asked Zhao Liangzi to send out was not only received by the Navy along the Atlantic coast, but also many radio enthusiasts. As soon as the long picture on the official Twitter account of the Huaxia Empire's Academy of Sciences was released, it immediately caused an even greater uproar on Twitter. This was a real heavy hammer. It had to be said that foreign netizens were the same as domestic netizens. They loved reversal dramas the most. The fiercer the reversal, the more tricky the angle, the more people couldn't stop chasing after them. Moreover, compared to the few specious screenshots sent by the Japanese cabinet and military, the pictures sent by the Huaxia Empire's Academy of Sciences were more complete, logical, and organized. Wu Shaoheng wrote in the reverse tweet, "As the escort fleet for this scientific research ship, we always thought that the ones chasing us were Somali pirates. Now that we've seen your tweet, we're confused. Could it be that the ones chasing after our scientific research ship fleet aren't pirates, but your country's navy? If it's really your country's navy, then it's a declaration of war against Huaxia. May I ask the Japanese military, are you ready to fight against Huaxia?" This tweet was simply a declaration of war. It was full of the unyieldingness of being oppressed, the unwillingness of being wronged, and the intolerability of being enraged. The second-in-command of the Russian KGB, Vladimir, felt guilty about Gunyanji. In order to make up for it, he also came out to muddy the waters. He sent a screenshot of his country's nuclear submarine signal, saying that he wanted to support Big Ivan, but Major General Wu Shaoheng politely refused. In particular, Wu Shaoheng's reply, "Pirates are also people. Although pirates attacked their fleet, in line with humanitarian principles, we can't do this to pirates." It perfectly matched the political correctness of the West and slapped the accusations of the Japanese official Twitter account in the face. If such a person was a war criminal, then what about the Japanese Navy who pretended to be the first to provoke pirates? Wu Shaoheng, who was good at setting the pace, quickly got Zhao Liangzi to dig up the incident of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and continued to tweet with pictures and text. It could be said that it was very appropriate. The situation overseas quickly reversed. At this time, the netizens in Huaxia also followed from Weibo to Twitter and Facebook to wave the flag and shout for their country. The battle of emojis made the other party dizzy. Of course, Gunyanji was the leader. She used the alias of Pink Piggy to go into battle and led the netizens in Huaxia to beat up the official Twitter account of the Japanese cabinet and military in all directions. It was like rubbing them on the ground. Not only did they not have the strength to fight back, but they had no choice but to come out and say that their account had been hacked and that they had no knowledge of the pirates. They even pretended to express their condolences to the Huaxia Imperial Academy of Sciences, claiming that the previous tweets had nothing to do with them, and repeatedly said that Japan was a peace-loving country and other bullshit. Gunyanji directly dug out the IP account that the other party had tweeted from. It was the IP account of a certain Japanese cabinet office. How could they say that they didn't know about it? Just as the Japanese cabinet was being slapped in the face in front of the whole world, Twitter officials came forward and deleted the official Twitter account of the Japanese cabinet and military. The reason was, posting bloody pictures and the content caused discomfort. Public opinion had completely reversed. Of course, Major General Hua had not committed war crimes. On the contrary, he had eliminated the pirates and protected the freedom of navigation on the high seas. He should be awarded the Medal of Freedom. This piece of news that had caused an international uproar came to an end just like that. At this time, the research fleet led by Hua Xiaoheng had already returned to the territorial waters of the Huaxia Empire under the escort of the aircraft carrier. The military port was just ahead, in sight. Gu Nianji was with General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, Grandfather Xia, and Yin Shixiang. They were in 3 batches on a military plane and flew to the southernmost military port. After coming out of the military port's airport, Gu Nianji, Xiao Yi, and Yin Shixiang were taken by military vehicles to a heavily secured port. Gu Nianji also became nervous when she heard that the most important people in Huaxia were gathered at the military port. She looked at Xiao Yi, who was sitting beside her with her eyes closed, and whispered, "Xiao Yi, have you heard anything?" This was today's big chapter update, Chapter 1398, Seek Benevolence and Obtain Benevolence and Obtain Benevolence, 3. Today's 2 chapters were combined into one. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were no more at night. Mwah. Chapter 1410. Xiao Yi sat side by side in the back seat with her. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes. My duty is to protect you. I don't know anything else. Gu Nianji looked at her speechlessly. Xiao Yi really didn't know how to talk. She was the kind of person who could kill a conversation at any time. Although Gu Nianji loved to chat, and there was never an awkward silence when she was around, she didn't know why, but she had been feeling anxious today. She wasn't interested in continuing the conversation, so she looked outside the car windows sullenly and didn't speak. Yin Shixiang, who had always been eloquent, remained silent in the front seat. He had no intention of continuing the conversation. Gu Nianji's heart was in turmoil. She looked at the beautiful scenery of the coastal road outside the car window, but she couldn't relax. The car sped along in the afterglow of the setting sun. The group passed through layers of checkpoints and security checks before finally arriving at the only guest house in the military port base. This was a place specially used to entertain superiors and important guests. Ordinary people could not stay in the military port and could only stay in the resort hotels outside. The guest house in the military port had an antique design, looking like a museum. It only had 4 floors, but the view was very good, facing the vast South China Sea. It was already evening when they arrived. The weather was good, and the night breeze was cool. The setting sun melts gold, the evening clouds combine. Where is he? Gu Nianji put her hand in front of her eyes and looked into the distance, but only countless seagulls could be seen flying between the sea and the sky. The sky was clear and the sea blue. The surface of the sea was sparkling, and there was a clear layer of blue and green near the shore. Thick palm trees were planted at the entrance of the guest house, their green and glossy leaves rustling in the evening breeze. Standing on the steps of the hostel and looking back, there was a small path that led to the beach. The sand on the beach was white sand of good quality. It looked soft and delicate, making people want to take off their shoes and walk a few laps on the beach. Further away, about 500 meters away from here, should be the military port's dock. Because at a glance, there were many tall and mighty warships docked there, lined up along the coastline, just like the tarmac of an international airport. There were also fighter jets taking off and landing on the ship. It was the low tide in the evening. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks on the shore actually covered the rumbling of the fighter jets. Gu Nianji couldn't help covering her ears. The view of the sea was indeed beautiful, but it was too close, and the noise from the sea was terrible. She felt that people who lived here for a long time were more susceptible to hearing damage. Gu Nianji's imagination ran wild. She took another look and looked away. She entered the guest house with Xiao Yi and Yin Shixiang. Xiao Yi and Yin Shixiang went to the front desk to ask for a room. Gu Nianji followed behind and looked around curiously. She realized that all the waiters here were soldiers, because regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all wearing navy uniforms with official military ranks, not the cosplay uniforms sold by Taobao. Xiao Yi took her and Gu Nianji's room key cards from the front desk and walked with her to the third floor. She found the room number, inserted the key card, and pushed the door open. An elegantly decorated suite appeared in front of them. Outside, there was a living room with sourwood tables, chairs, and a classical sofa. The floor was a sourwood floor of the same color. The living room and the bedroom were separated by a multi-treasure cabinet. In the middle of the bountiful treasures pavilion, there was a gap in the door. There was a paper door installed, but it was unknown what kind of paper it was. It looked foggy. In the lower right corner of the paper door, an orchid was drawn in ink. There was also a signature. It was obvious that it was the work of a master. The windows of the suite should be open, because they could clearly hear the sound of the surging waves outside. The salty sea breeze blew in, and the paper door swayed gently. The orchid in the lower right corner seemed to be swaying in the wind. Gu Nianji's expression became more and more bewildered. Was this treatment for her or for Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi also muttered to herself. Such a good room was second only to the presidential suite in the guest house, right? However, it wasn't strange that the presidential suite was given to General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, and Grandfather Xia. However, the room second only to the presidential suite was given to Gu Nianji. Was it because of Major General Hua? Thinking that Hu Xiaoheng was about to return, Xiao Yi felt relieved again. With Major General Hua's status and achievements, he was already qualified to live in the presidential suite, let alone a suite that was one level lower than the presidential suite. In any case, when Major General Hua returned, she would give up the house for Major General Hua and Gu Nianji to live in. Xiao Yi stopped hesitating and carried her suitcase in. The suite had 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. One was a king-sized room with only one king-sized bed. A king-sized bed. The other was a king-sized room with 2 king-sized beds. A king-sized bed. Xiao Yi walked straight into the king-sized room. The king-sized room was reserved for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji walked into the king-sized room and saw that the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea were half open. The noise of the waves and the slightly salty sea breeze came from there. She walked directly from the floor-to-ceiling windows to the balcony, and the endless sea appeared in front of her. Gu Nianji took a deep breath, trying to let out the uncomfortable feeling in her chest, but it was useless. After standing on the balcony for a while, Gu Nianji was about to go back to pack her things when she caught a glimpse of the dock not far away. Large cranes and engineering vehicles drove over. There were also many people in one-piece overalls and helmets. They gestured up and down, as if they were going to build some kind of facility. The lights there were brightly lit, illuminating the coastline as if it was daytime. In contrast, the other places looked even darker. Gu Nianji looked at it curiously for a while before looking away. She went back to her room to wash up, took a shower, and washed her hair. Then, she found Yin Shixiang and went downstairs with Xiao Yi and the other 2 for a sumptuous buffet. After dinner, the 2 of them bid farewell to Yin Shixiang and returned to their rooms. It wasn't dark yet. General Ji had told her that the bodies of the martyrs would arrive early the next morning. Their welcoming ceremony would be tomorrow. The 2 of them went back to their rooms to change their clothes and prepared to go for dinner. Xiao Yi had already packed up and changed into a black pantsuit. She wore a neat cropped sleeve top, cropped pants, ankle-high calf pants, and black sneakers. Her long legs were like those of a supermodel, but they were much stronger than those of a supermodel. A supermodel's long legs could only be used for runway shows. Xiao Yi's long legs could kill. Gu Nianji smiled and winked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, your legs are the real killer, literally. Xiao Yi didn't care and said calmly, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Gu Nianji quickly said, okay, when do we start? I've been worried that you'll be too busy. Xiao Yi didn't bat an eyelid. Then start with running every day. To train the explosive power of your legs, run at least 10 kilometers every morning. Gu Nianji immediately dispelled the idea of learning kung fu from Xiao Yi. She smiled sheepishly and said, I see. Let me think about it. She sounded like an official. She looked exactly like Hu Xiaoheng. Xiao Yi glanced at her and smiled. Miss Gu is indeed Major General Hu's fiancée. You two look more and more like husband and wife. Gu Nianji loved to hear that. She relaxed and said, before dinner, I saw something being built at the dock. I don't know what it's for. Really? Xiao Yi looked at her watch. Has Major General Hu's ship arrived? It should be about time. Gu Nianji said, no, I didn't even see a shadow. She hadn't seen it before dinner. Xiao Yi walked to the balcony of her bedroom and glanced at the dock. Then, she picked up her binoculars and looked in the direction of the sea. It's already here. Xiao Yi put down her binoculars and handed them to Gu Nianji. There was a hint of pride in her voice. Look, our aircraft carrier. Gu Nianji took the binoculars and looked through them. On the vast sea, several warships gradually revealed their silhouettes. It was as if someone was holding a brush and splashing ink on rice paper to draw. With a few light strokes, thousands of mountains and rivers were drawn. The evening sun had completely fallen below sea level. The sunset was in full swing, jumping on the clear blue sea. Half of the river was rustling and the other half was red. There were many people waving their arms on the warship in the distance. Major General Hu shouldn't be among them. He disdained to do such a childish thing. Gu Nianji rubbed her phone. She wished she could call him. But it was just a thought. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't bring his personal phone with him when he was on a mission. She didn't know his business phone number very well. That was because Hu Xiaoheng used a different business phone number every time he went on a mission. Reluctantly putting down her binoculars, Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of the dock she had just seen from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but be shocked. In just a short while, Gu Nianji was willing to bet that in less than an hour, a huge temporary auditorium had been built at the dock. Wasn't the mobility of these engineers too heaven-defying? Gu Nianji exclaimed. Xiao Yi retracted her gaze from the distance and looked Gu Nianji up and down. It could be seen that Gu Nianji had dressed up carefully. She was wearing a custom-made black professional suit. The tailoring was very fitting and perfectly accentuated her tall and gentle figure. She had light makeup on her face. Her eyebrows were dark, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her large eyes were lightly lined with eyeliner. Her long eyelashes didn't need mascara, so they had a thick and curly effect. Her plump, curvy lips looked like they were born with a smile. Her lips were naturally bright red, and she only had a light layer of lip gloss on them. There weren't even any lip lines. This was the beauty of youth. Xiao Yi sighed and patted Gu Nianji on the shoulder. It took an hour to set up. It's not considered fast. Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. The two of them stood on the balcony and didn't speak for a while. It wasn't until they saw the warship getting closer and closer that they heard the doorbell ring. Gu Nianji went to open the door and saw Yin Shixiang standing at the door with a serious expression. He was holding 2 bouquets of white flowers wrapped in cellophane. The flowers were large and pure white. The petals were as smooth as jade. They were beautiful and dignified, and there were a few green leaves on them. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat and almost jumped out of her throat. Then, it sank rapidly, causing her brain to feel dizzy and weightless. These flowers were not the usual flowers for martyrs. These flowers were night epiphyllum, also known as Sirius. They shared the same name as her. Gu Nianji's gaze fell on the flower. After a moment of silence, she said, "This is night epiphyllum. It blooms at night and usually only blooms for 3 to 5 hours. Are you using it to offer flowers?" Yin Shixiang lowered his head and said lightly, "Yes, this is the night epiphyllum that our gardener specially urged to bloom. It has been treated with special techniques, so it can be maintained for 24 hours. Gu Nianji slowly took the night epiphyllum from Yin Shixiang's hand. Her fingertips accidentally touched Yin Shixiang's hand. Yin Shixiang noticed that Gu Nianji's fingertips were cold and trembling. He thought to himself that she wasn't completely clueless. He quickly steadied himself and swept his gaze over her. Gu Nianji's face was so pale that it was almost devoid of blood. Her expression was uncertain as she looked at Yin Shixiang inquiringly, as if she was trying to find some clues from his face. Of course, Yin Shixiang wouldn't let Gu Nianji see anything. He gently patted Gu Nianji's head. "All right, let's go. They're already here. Major General Hua asked me to take you somewhere first." Gu Nianji nodded and turned around to put the 2 bouquets of night epiphyllum back into the vase in the room. She followed Yin Shixiang and walked towards the dock. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1399, Who's Dancing in the Sky with a Colored Ribbon, 1. There are 2 updates today, to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes 8:00 in the evening, the second update. P.S. The title, Who's Dancing in the Sky with a Colored Ribbon, was written by the founding ancestor. Colored ribbon means rainbow. Mwah. Chapter 1411. Xiao Yi walked behind Gu Nianji and vigilantly watched her surroundings. She had at least 2 fully loaded pistols on her waist, 1 on each leg, and a military dagger tied to her calf. The wave shoes on her feet were also specially made. There was a mechanism on the soles of her feet that could be used at any time. The blades that came out of the soles of her feet were all poisonous. With her skills, it would not be a problem for her to fight against 4 burly men at the same time. This was also her highest record. If there were any more, she might not be able to handle them alone. However, Hu Xiaoheng had arranged for people to secretly protect Gu Nianji, so as long as they activated the emergency contact signal, they would be able to rush over at any time. No matter how many opponents there were, they would not be afraid. But then again, this was a military port with very tight security. If anyone wanted to cause trouble here, they would be beaten into a honeycomb. However, Xiao Yi had been in the intelligence field for many years and was used to being careful everywhere. The sky was already dark, and the moon had risen. Tonight was actually a full moon. It was set in the dark blue night sky, like a piece of jade with a soft color, emitting a bright light. The bright moon shone above the sea, and the ends of the world shared this moment. Was this how it felt? The 3 of them did not speak. Amidst the sound of the waves, they stepped on the moonlight and walked along the coastal path. They turned off the path in front of the guest house and entered the coastal road. A jeep was parked on the shoulder of the road. A tall man in a military uniform leaned against the front of the jeep. He crossed his other arm with one hand and held a cigarette in the other. He did not smoke, but the cigarette between his fingers lit up his perfect and firm jawline. It was Hu Xiaoheng. The moonlight cast a long shadow on the shoulder of the road in front of the jeep. He looked a little desolate and lonely. Their fleet had actually docked a few hours earlier than the aircraft carrier fleet. Of course, this was also to confuse the reconnaissance satellites. With the aircraft carrier battle group, the satellites were all focused on the aircraft carrier battle group. Their small boats and sails were not noticed by the satellites. Therefore, by the time everyone saw the aircraft carrier battle group return, their scientific research fleet had already docked and had done everything that needed to be done. Yin Shixiang and Xiao Yi walked over with Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng straightened up and extended a white-gloved hand to her. His voice was as deep and magnetic as ever. Nianji, come here. I'll take you to see someone. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks. Her body was hot and cold at the same time. Her pretty face looked a bit dazed. Her big eyes, which used to be bright and lively, panicked. She was like a lost deer in the forest, looking for the direction to go home. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng and didn't move. She opened her mouth, and her usual soft and light voice was extremely hoarse. You're back. Who are you taking me to see? Hu Xiaoheng sighed in his heart and threw away the cigarette in his hand. He walked slowly to her and bent down to hug her. Yes, you're back. Don't be afraid, come with me. They had not seen each other for more than a month, so they seemed a little distant. However, Hu Xiaoheng bent down to hug her, and the familiar feeling returned. He still had the scent of the sea breeze on him. Before the boat docked, he had taken a shower on the boat and shaved. He looked much more energetic, but the dark circles under his eyes and his thin face showed his fatigue and exhaustion over the past few days. Gu Nianji's heart softened, and she softly agreed in his arms. Hu Xiaoheng straightened his back and gave Yin Shixiang and Xiao Yi a look. He turned around and held her hand as they got into the convertible jeep parked by the side of the road. No one spoke in the car. Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight with both hands on the steering wheel. He didn't say a word. Gu Nianji wanted to ask him what was going on, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. Subconsciously, she felt that as long as she didn't ask, the unacceptable truth wouldn't be revealed. She could still deceive herself, however, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't give her a chance to deceive herself. The car made many turns in the base and finally stopped in front of a dark cave. Gu Nianji was shocked when she got out of the car. There were strange rocks everywhere. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Was she thinking too much? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng in confusion. Hu Xiaoheng still didn't say anything. He calmly held her hand and stood in front of the cave. Two men with guns suddenly walked over. She didn't know where they had come from, but it was as if the two stones in front of the cave had suddenly turned into humans. Gu Nianji's hand trembled. When they got closer, she realized that the two men were only wearing khaki camouflage uniforms. In the dark night, they almost blended in with the rocks in front of the cave. Gu Nianji sighed and silently watched as the two guards checked her and Hu Xiaoheng's ID. Then, they raised their hands and let them in. The cave was a little damp, but it didn't smell bad. Gu Nianji followed behind him. Her mind was a mess. She only knew how to follow him forward. She couldn't think, couldn't tell the direction, and stumbled. She accidentally rubbed against a stone pillar in the corner, but she didn't feel the pain at all. It was as if all her feelings had left her. After a while, a large hand came and took her hand. Gu Nianji looked up and met Hu Xiaoheng's deep black eyes. His eyes were filled with indescribable love and pampering, and it was even more obvious than before. Gu Nianji pouted aggrievedly and wanted to act coquettishly again. Does it hurt? Hu Xiaoheng rubbed her shoulder where she had been rubbed. Can you still walk? Do you want me to carry you? Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. Although she really wanted Hu Xiaoheng to carry her, it wasn't on such an occasion. This was someone else's territory. She knew very well that she wasn't the kind of person who would show off their love everywhere regardless of the occasion. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He held her hand and walked quickly. After walking out of a door, the view in front of them suddenly widened. Gu Nianji saw a huge empty space in front of her. It seemed to have hollowed out the mountain. In the middle of the open space, there was a steel frame with a submarine on it. It was similar to the photos of submarines she had seen on the internet, but it wasn't particularly big. It was about the length of a medium-sized yacht. It looked very shabby. The outer shell was dark, and a huge crack could be seen diagonally below. It had probably been attacked. Could it be the submarine that had been scrapped during their mission? Gu Nianji was even more confused. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng in confusion. At that moment, the door of the submarine suddenly opened, and a person walked out. It was Chen Lai in a white coat. Gu Nianji. Chen Lai was also stunned when he saw Gu Nianji. He then turned his gaze to Hua Xiaoheng. "You," Hua Xiaoheng said lightly, "she has the right to see this submarine first than anyone else." Chen Lai understood and nodded. He said, "I've checked everything inside. The nitrogen has been removed, so there's no danger to her life. But if you're worried, you can bring an oxygen tank in." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "No need." Gu Nianji stood there without moving and said stubbornly, "Tell me what's going on. Why should I look at this submarine?" Hua Xiaoheng let go of her hand and looked at the submarine. He began to narrate the story of the submarine. They were being chased and the submarine's power system was hit. But the submarine's owner didn't want to be captured and would rather sink to the bottom. The submarine is filled with nitrogen gas. Kill the 4 spies together. But the submarine's owner also perished with them. Gu Nianji's lips trembled as she asked. "The submarine's owner? Who is it?" Hua Xiaoheng walked towards the door that Chen Lai had just come out of and said, "He's inside. I'll take you to see him." Gu Nianji's body trembled and she immediately ran over. She asked anxiously, "Didn't you say that they perished together?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He climbed up the escalator and got in. The doubts in Gu Nianji's heart were about to overflow. She didn't hesitate and climbed in. After entering through the hatch, they walked through a small cubicle and arrived at the corridor. The entire way was illuminated by the LCD lights above their heads. It was as bright as day. Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to look around. She almost jogged behind Hua Xiaoheng to a door at the end of the corridor. The door looked very heavy and seemed to be made of oak. A steel bar as thick as an adult man's arm was pinned to the door, and a huge disc password lock hung from it. Hua Xiaoheng walked forward and entered the password he had deciphered. After the battle, Hua Xiaoheng spent all his time on the ship deciphering the password lock. He was a password expert. Although the password lock was cumbersome, it wasn't more difficult to decipher than a bank safe. It took him 4 or 5 days to decipher it. All the nitrogen in the room had been removed, and the bodies inside had been carried out. Pushing open the door, the lights in the room lit up. Hua Xiaoheng gently closed the door and stood behind Gu Nianji. He hugged her from behind and coughed softly. Gu Nianji frowned when she saw the situation in the cabin. The cabin was very simple and spacious. A large screen as tall as a person divided the entire cabin into 2 parts. The floor was covered with a thick plush carpet. There was a large mahogany desk against the wall. The desk was clean, and there was only a black cylindrical object the size of a coffee cup on it. In the open space in front of the screen, a 90-degree corner sofa was placed in the middle of the room. The space in the middle of the sofa was empty, revealing a circular, slightly concave disc-shaped pit. The chandelier in the corner of the room stretched out a streamlined branch-shaped lamp that extended from the lamp holder in the corner. Like the branches of a big tree, it enveloped the small concave disc-shaped pit in the middle of the corner sofa. Gu Nianji's gaze had just retracted from the black cylindrical object on the desk when the chandelier suddenly lit up. Light shone from dozens of crisscrossing branch-shaped lamps, like a pillar of light, covering the slightly concave disc-shaped open space in the middle of the corner sofa. The figure of a man wearing a khaki trench coat gradually took shape in this light. From virtual to real, it finally formed a three-dimensional human figure. When the man's figure became extremely clear, the ceiling lights in the cabin went out, leaving only the beam of light from the chandelier in the middle of the room. In the middle of the beam of light, the man's figure became even more realistic. It was as if a real person was standing in front of her, smiling gently. The warmth in that smile was overwhelming. Although it was only a virtual figure, the smile was like a real person, extremely warm and considerate. Gu Nianji's eyes widened, and her whole body trembled violently. Her legs were so weak that she could barely stand. She leaned back tightly against Hu Xiaoheng's warm and broad chest, drawing strength to support herself. This is today's second update, Chapter 1400, Who Holds the Ribbon and Dances in the Sky, 2. Today's second update, to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes tomorrow's third update. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1412. The man in the light was tall and wore a solemn khaki windbreaker. His expression was calm and collected, and his smile was very infectious. It was the appearance of the person Gu Nianji had seen in Yi Xian's photo. It was Gu Xiangwen. It was her father, Gu Xiangwen. What the hell was going on? Just as she was about to ask, the holographic avatar began to speak. Today is XXXX, 2XXX. It should have been 7 years and 3 months since the day I died. The voice of the avatar should be Gu Xiangwen's own voice. It was a pleasant baritone, unhurried, calm, firm, and warm. But these words, the warmth that had just risen from the bottom of Gu Nianji's heart was instantly frozen by these words. How could someone use such a tone to announce his death? Gu Nianji wanted to pounce on him and cover his mouth. She didn't want to listen to him anymore. This wasn't real. This was just a dream. Hu Xiaoheng must be teasing her, however, Hu Xiaoheng held her tightly so that she couldn't move. She couldn't even cover her ears. Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar continued to speak. I am the owner of this submarine. Ever since I died, the computer system on the submarine has begun to automatically keep time. Day by day, month by month, year by year. I don't know when someone will discover my submarine. My countdown is only set to 100 years. 100 years later, the trench here will shake. At that time, my submarine and I will be sucked into the depths of the Earth's crust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I'm very happy that it only took you 7 years to find me. Now, I have a few questions to ask you. This time, Hu Xiaoheng answered Gu Xiangwen's questions one by one. Just like how Hu Xiaoheng had told her the story of the submarine's owner, Gu Nianji listened to it again. After Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar finished narrating their encounter, there was a long silence. Gu Nianji thought that was it. Thus, after the initial shock, she gradually calmed down. Her smart brain began to work, and she instantly thought of many suspicious points. For example, her father said that their plane had been hijacked and forced to land on an island near the Cape of Good Hope. Why did he happen to be on his submarine? Did his submarine just happen to be there, or did someone else drive it for him? Also, were there no other staff on such a submarine? Why were there only the corpses of his father, mother, and the 4 traitors? Gu Nianji thought about it and was about to voice out these doubts when she heard Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar speak again after a moment of silence. Nianji, my baby, Mom and Dad's biggest regret was not being able to see you grow up. Now I realize that Mom and Dad really can't see you grow up. But don't be afraid, baby. Daddy and Mommy are just leaving first. We will wait for you on the road to hell. We won't let you be alone. Nyenji, I can't take it anymore. I really want to see you again, hug you, and kiss your cute little face. Nyenji, I'm a scientist. I don't believe in the reincarnation of ghosts and gods, but at this moment, I'm willing to believe that if there really are ghosts and gods and reincarnation, please be my daughter again in your next life. A healthy daughter. Let me watch you grow up, get married, have children, and live a happy life as an ordinary person. Daddy and Mommy brought you into this world, but they didn't give you a healthy body. They made you suffer from genetic defects since you were young. It's Daddy's incompetence that I couldn't cure your illness. Daddy isn't a good father. Your bad temper is extremely cute in Daddy's eyes. Your mother always says that I spoil you, but I know that you're not bad-tempered. You're just not feeling well. You've already done very well. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy's incompetence and didn't cure your illness. Daddy and Mommy are both gone, leaving my baby to face the world alone. Daddy and Mommy are very sad. But don't be afraid, and don't cry. Do you still remember your favorite story about the Little Mermaid? We didn't die. We were just like the Little Mermaid, turning into bubbles in the sea at dawn. When the bubbles dissipate and a rainbow appears on the horizon, it's us who came to see you. Then, with a ding sound, Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar gradually blurred and finally disappeared completely. Gu Nianji was completely unable to describe her current feelings with words. These last words were actually said to her. Her father, who had already passed away, was still thinking about her in the last moment of his life. Gu Xiangwen's last words were completely out of her expectations. It was as if she had never thought that she could have such deep fatherly love. She was completely stunned and couldn't react for a long time. She could still analyze rationally just now, but now, all sobriety had left her. Hu Xiaoheng released his arm and turned to look at Gu Nianji, but saw that there wasn't a single tear on her face. However, her eyes were red, and her snow-white teeth bit her lower lip tightly, leaving a clear bloody mark. Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng was both distressed and worried. Cry if you feel bad. He didn't want her to suffer like this, so he chose to let her know now. Gu Nianji's eyes widened, and she stubbornly muttered to herself. I won't cry. I won't cry. Daddy said baby don't cry, Nianji. Cry. Hu Xiaoheng growled at her in a low voice. If she couldn't vent the pain in her heart, it would cause a serious problem. Gu Nianji shook her head mechanically. I won't cry. Daddy told me not to cry. Her big eyes were empty and completely unfocused. She turned her head to look in the direction of the door. Suddenly, with great strength, Gu Nianji turned around and pushed Hu Xiaoheng away, then ran towards the door. Hu Xiaoheng had only left the door ajar and hadn't locked it, so Gu Nianji ran out just like that. Nianji. Where are you going? Hu Xiaoheng quickly chased after her. Gu Nianji ran very fast, and her voice echoed in the submarine corridor. I'm going to find the rainbow. My mom and dad, are on the rainbow. She ran like crazy and rushed out of the submarine. She almost rolled down the escalator and fell to the ground. She immediately got up and continued running out. Chen Lai was shocked and was about to order someone to stop her when Hu Xiaoheng jumped out of the submarine. He shook his head at them and chased after her alone. He knew that Gu Nianji needed to vent, so he didn't let anyone stop her. As a result, Gu Nianji ran out of the cave unimpeded. She ran crazily along the beach, refusing to let anyone near her. She was like a little beast that had lost its mind. Not only did she hurt others, but she also hurt herself. As she ran, she kept shouting at the dark sky until her voice was hoarse. Daddy, Mommy. Where are you? Come out. I'm Nianji, your little Nianji, don't you want me anymore? I've already grown up. I won't cause you any trouble. Come out, I'll be very good, really very good, I beg of you. I beg of you. Give me back my father and mother, give my parents back to me. The waves were noisy, but they couldn't drown out her voice. The moon didn't seem to be able to bear to hear such a cry either. It pulled a dark cloud over to cover its figure. She tried her best to hold back her tears. She really didn't cry. But no matter how long she shouted, no one responded. She ran on the beach. When she was tired, she walked a few steps and then started running again. It seemed that as long as she ran forward, she would be able to see her parents in front of her. She didn't dare to stop. She felt that if she stopped, her parents wouldn't be able to wait for her anymore. But she ran all night, from the dead of night to the beginning of the morning. There was no sign of her parents anywhere. Exhausted, she knelt down on the beach and looked straight in the direction where the sun was about to rise. Hu Xiaoheng had also followed her all night. Seeing her like this, he realized that she had suffered a greater blow than he had imagined. She had screamed all night and ran all night, but she hadn't shed a single tear. All her emotions were stuck in her heart. Song Jining also came over and said angrily to Hu Xiaoheng, "Why didn't you go talk to her? How can she bear to let her run around for a night?" As she spoke, she walked over and hugged Gu Nianji. Her heart ached as she said, "Good girl, I'm your mother. Come back with me." Gu Nianji looked up at Song Jining for a while and shook her head. "No, you're not my mother. I have my own parents. You're Major General Hua's mother." Fine, she was still coherent, but her mental state didn't seem to be normal. Song Jining was frightened. She held her hand and felt her forehead. She still had a low fever. Okay, I'm not your mother. You have your own parents. Let's go back now, okay? Song Jining patiently coaxed Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji shook her head again and said seriously, "No, I haven't seen my parents yet. They made an appointment with me. I want to see them one last time and send them off one last time. I can't stand them up and disappoint them." Song Jining nodded sadly. "Let's go see your parents. Come with me. I know where they are." She wanted to take Gu Nianji to see the bodies of Gu Xiangwen and his wife. Although Gu Nianji's words were clear and logical, she had actually fallen into a state of confusion. She frowned and refused Song Jining. "Don't try to lie to me. I know where my parents are." Song Jining was speechless. Gu Nianji stretched out a slender finger and pointed to the sky. Her face was full of admiration. "They're over there, on the rainbow. I won't leave until I see them." Song Jining sighed and walked back to Hu Xiaoheng's side. "What should we do? Should we knock her out and take her away?" Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a moment, then said, "I have an idea, but I need your help with a small matter." As he spoke, he whispered a few words into Song Jining's ear. Song Jining was stunned for a moment, but she still nodded and said, "I'll go calculate. The time of sunrise and the amount of rain have to be just right for it to succeed." The two of them left the beach. Yin Shixiang and Xiao Yi took over from them to guard the surroundings and take care of Gu Nianji, who was already delirious. Gu Nianji didn't cry. She knelt quietly on the beach. She didn't say anything and waited stubbornly. In front of her was the endless sea, and above her head was the vast blue sky. Her slender and straight back looked so lonely and thin between the sea and the sky. She didn't cry, but this scene was even more sad than wailing. Yin Shixiang and Xiao Yi weren't emotional people, but at this moment, both of them had their backs to each other and quietly wiped away their tears. Not long after, the shadow of the morning glow appeared on the surface of the sea. The sun was about to rise. At that moment, the sky above their heads suddenly filled with dark clouds, but there was no thunder or lightning. A torrential downpour fell from the sky, drenching Gu Nianji, who was on the beach, as well as Yin Shixiang and Xiao Yi. Both of them looked up at the sky at the same time, and were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. There was a plane in the clouds. Could it be that someone was making rain? The timing was perfect. The heavy rain didn't last long, and soon it stopped. The rising sun happened to leap out of the sea at that moment, shedding thousands of rays of golden light. At the end of the heavy rain, where the sun rose, a huge rainbow slowly appeared in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, 7 colors overflowed. Gu Nianji's entire body was wet. She looked up at the colorful rainbow and gradually smiled. She reached out her hand, and the rainbow landed in her palm, as if she was holding it up. The rainbow after the rain was like a bridge. She stood on one side, and her parents stood on the other. She could almost see them smiling back at her, waving goodbye to her. Gu Nianji gradually regained consciousness and woke up. She knelt on the beach and looked up at the rainbow in the sky. She finally cried. "Dad, Mom, just let me cry once. I'm not disobedient. I'm just too sad. I promise, I'll only cry for you this once. You can punish me after I cry. You can punish me however you want." After saying that, she realized that her parents couldn't punish her anymore. Whether she was obedient or disobedient, they couldn't punish her anymore. This realization hit her heart like an arrow. Gu Nianji sobbed softly, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She was in pain and anxiety, and her shoulders trembled violently. She could barely kneel. Just as she was about to collapse, Hu Xiaoheng walked over. He seemed to have just gotten off a plane and hadn't had time to change out of his flight suit. Chapter 14:13. Gu Nianji turned around and grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's collar tightly, crying so hard that her entire body trembled. Choking with sobs, she said intermittently, "My father and mother, where are they? Where did you put them?" "On the boat, you." Hu Xiaoheng had just finished speaking when he realized that Gu Nianji was exhausted and had finally fainted. The huge emotional impact, coupled with the exhaustion of running all night, was something that even a person made of iron couldn't withstand. Hu Xiaoheng carried her horizontally and walked towards the guest house. The sky was bright, and the sun was rising over the sea. Hu Xiaoheng took one step at a time and steadily carried Gu Nianji back to her residence. Chen Lai had already been called over by Song Jining and was waiting at the entrance of the guest house. When he saw Gu Nianji in Hu Xiaoheng's arms with her eyes closed, Chen Lai quickly took a step forward and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with her? Did she fall asleep or fainted?" "She probably fainted." Hu Xiaoheng carried her into the suite. He went to the bathroom first and washed her hands and feet, dried her hair, changed out of her wet clothes, then wrapped her in a bath towel and carried her out. Xiao Yi was supposed to help her do all of this, but Hu Xiaoheng didn't hesitate at all. He didn't look embarrassed at all. Xiao Yi quietly retracted her feet and waited in the living room with Yin Shixiang, Chen Lai, and Song Jining. They were already engaged and were going to get married soon, so it didn't matter. After carrying Gu Nianji back to the bed, Hu Xiaoheng called Chen Lai in to examine her. "She's fine. She has a fever, but the temperature isn't very high," Chen Lai said as he examined her. "Give her a glucose injection and she'll be fine after a day of sleep." Hu Xiaoheng was slightly relieved and said, "The ceremony is at night. Will she be able to wake up?" "It shouldn't be a problem. She's very healthy and will recover very quickly." Chen Lai glanced at Hu Xiaoheng, then turned around to pack up his medical kit and leave. There were still a lot of things to prepare today, so he couldn't stay here with Gu Nianji the entire time. There were still a few big shots waiting for him to report on the mission in the luxurious presidential suite on the 4th floor. Hu Xiaoheng leaned over and kissed Gu Nianji on the forehead. He asked Xiao Yi and Yin Shixiang to stay here to watch her while he went to report to the big shots. Song Jining brought her laptop over and stayed to accompany her. Gu Nianji woke up in the evening. She was in a daze when she saw Yin Shixiang and Xiao Yi sitting on the sofa opposite the bed, as well as Song Jining typing on her laptop at the desk. "What time is it?" she asked in a daze, licking her lips, feeling a little thirsty. Xiao Yi turned to look at her and quickly said, "It's past 5 in the afternoon. What's wrong?" Seeing her licking her lips, Xiao Yi poured her a glass of water. Gu Nianji rubbed her temples as she recalled what had happened from last night to this morning. She also remembered the last thing Hua Xiaoheng had said to her. "I'll take you to see your parents." She struggled to sit up and said weakly, "Where's Hua Xiao?" "He said he wanted to bring me to meet my parents." Xiao Yi felt a headache coming on. Thinking that she was still unconscious, she quickly coaxed her softly, "Do you still want to see him? Didn't you see him this morning?" Gu Nianji gasped. "I've seen it." "Where is it?" "A rainbow," Xiao Yi quickly said. "Major General Hua personally created a rainbow for you with artificial rain. Don't you remember? Only Major General Hua could think of and create such a lavish rainbow." Gu Nianji stared blankly at Xiao Yi. Her gaze gradually widened. That rainbow was artificial. Major General Hua made it rain. Didn't my parents come to see me? Yin Shixiang saw that Gu Nianji's condition wasn't right. He quickly pushed Xiao Yi away and comforted Gu Nianji in a gentle voice. "No, the rainbow this morning wasn't artificial. You also know that artificial rainbows can only spray water and create a small rainbow in front of you that's less than a meter tall. How can it be made into the sky? Right? That's a real rainbow." That was true. The rain was real. Although it was artificial rain, of course, rainbows appeared naturally. This was because the cause of rainbows was because different colors of light refracted differently in water. When sunlight passed through a certain angle and was refracted by the water droplets in the air, the 7 colors that made up sunlight would arrange themselves according to a certain pattern, forming a rainbow that looked like an arch bridge. Gu Nianji looked at Yin Shixiang for a while and completely understood. She didn't want to brush off Yin Shixiang's good intentions. She lowered her head and lowered her eyes. Song Jining had already called Hua Xiaoheng. When Hua Xiaoheng heard that Gu Nianji had woken up, he quickly said, "Give the phone to Nianji." Song Jining took the phone and handed it to Gu Nianji. She said gently, "Nianji, it's Xiaoheng." Gu Nianji reached out to take it and said softly, "Hello." Her voice was delicate and soft, like a kitten that had just woken up. Hua Xiaoheng walked to a place where there was no one around and softened his tone. "You're awake." "Yes." "Does your head still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Do you still have a fever?" "It's not burning anymore." "Can you get up and walk?" Gu Nianji rubbed her legs and seemed to be fine. She smiled self-deprecatingly. With her physique, she would probably recover the next day even if the sky collapsed. She nodded. "Yes." "Okay, come over with Big Xiong and Xiao Yi." "Is there anything else?" Gu Nianji asked timidly. She wasn't in good spirits. "Bring your parents ashore." Hua Xiaoheng paused. "You still have to offer flowers." That's right. This was what Major General Hua meant. He was going to take her to see her parents. Gu Nianji almost immediately lifted the blanket and jumped out of bed. She said anxiously, "I'll be right there." She rushed into the bathroom and washed her face. She didn't put on any makeup and changed into a more solemn and dignified black dress. Gu Nianji carried the 2 bouquets of night epiphyllum wrapped in glass beads and came to Yin Shixiang's side. She said, "Brother Xiong, Major General Hua asked you to take me there. Let's go." Yin Shixiang took her hand and led her away. Xiao Yi hurriedly followed behind. Song Jining sighed. She packed her laptop bag and followed him down the stairs. Gu Nianji followed In Shixiang, Xiao Yi, and Song Jining into the makeshift auditorium. Although it was temporarily built, the furnishings inside were meticulous. A long red carpet ran through the auditorium and extended to the gangplank by the sea. General Ji was wearing a formal military uniform and a military hat. The golden epaulets with 3 stars and 1 tassel were especially eye-catching under the lights. He stood there without a smile. Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai were both wearing suits, while Grandfather Xia was wearing a Chinese-style suit. The 4 of them stood side by side at this end of the red carpet. Seeing Gu Nianji and the others enter, General Ji waved at her. Gu Nianji looked at In Shixiang and then at Xiao Yi. The 2 of them nudged her at the same time. Go. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and walked over with 2 bouquets of night epiphyllum wrapped in cellophane. General Ji moved aside, and she stood in the middle of the 4 of them. Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable being surrounded by the 4 big shots. However, she didn't dare to move again and stood there stiffly. The atmosphere in the auditorium gradually became heavy, and even the air seemed to stop flowing. Gu Nianji felt a little suffocated. However, this suffocating feeling didn't last long. She saw 8 soldiers in military uniforms carrying 2 coffins down the gangplank and walk towards the red carpet. Her heart was beating violently. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes were empty as she looked ahead. General Ji gently raised his hand and held her arm. Gu Nianji glanced at General Ji. Her big eyes were red and swollen. General Ji felt bad. He pursed his lips and said softly, "Go, child. Go and offer flowers to your parents." In the auditorium, the MC in a senior colonel's military uniform was announcing the ceremony one by one. The national anthem was played, and military music was played. A small honor guard of the 3 armed forces was holding their guns. As if they were being reviewed, everyone's eyes were on the coffin bearers who were slowly moving forward. Among the 8 tall and calm coffin bearers, Hua Xiaoheng was still the most eye-catching. They walked in unison and placed the 2 cherry coffins on the ceremonial platform in the auditorium. The coffins were covered with a bright red national flag and were placed quietly. Gu Nianji held back her tears and walked over slowly with 2 bouquets of night epiphyllum in her arms. She placed the 2 bouquets of night epiphyllum on the 2 coffins, then bent down and kissed the coffins devoutly. When she straightened up, 2 drops of tears fell again and fell on the white petals of the night epiphyllum. The tears on the petals were crystal clear. Under the lights of the auditorium, the colors of the rainbow seemed to appear again. Gu Nianji wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and said silently in her heart, "Mom and Dad, these are the tears that I haven't finished crying this morning. I'm not crying again." The auditorium was very quiet, and everyone's eyes were on Gu Nianji. General Ji walked forward and stood beside Gu Nianji. He gave a speech to everyone with a heavy expression. "There are 2 martyrs lying here. They are not Huaxia citizens, and they have never returned to their homeland before they died. However, they are descendants of Huaxia. Even if they have never set foot on Huaxia soil in their entire lives, they have never forgotten that they are Huaxia people. Our nation has gone through many storms and disasters, but we have been able to rise from the ruins every time because we Huaxia people, no matter where we are, have never given up on this land." The last wish of these 2 martyrs before they died was to return to their homeland. They have made great contributions to our country, but they do not ask for anything in return. Because they know what a prosperous and powerful country means to every Huaxia person. There are other countries that don't understand our patriotism and think that this kind of love is too narrow. I want to say that if you don't have 5,000 years of history and haven't experienced the displacement, war, and slaughter that our nation has suffered, you don't deserve to talk to us about patriotism. This is the second watch of the day, Chapter 1402, better today. Today is the third watch, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes 8 p.m., the third watch. P.S. Thank you, Sing_Sing, the leader of the Alliance, for the 10,000 Chitian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 14:14. Gu Nianji raised her head and looked at the chandelier on the ceiling beam of the auditorium. Tears welled up in her eyes. However, she tried her best to hold her head high and not let the tears fall. General Ji finally said, although they don't ask for anything in return, we can't ignore their efforts and enjoy their contributions. I have already reported the merits of these two martyrs to Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai. Our country will bear the responsibility for their deaths. Their merits will be recorded in our history books and passed down through the ages. Their daughters will also receive the highest respect from us. Their deeds will not be unknown. We will never forget. After General Ji finished speaking, the MC shouted, "Attention! Salute! Sound the cannon salute!" Gu Nianji counted carefully. 21 cannon salutes was the highest standard. The cannon salute echoed in her mind. It was like a hole had been pierced in her heart. The wind blew through the hole and she could hear the echo. After the ceremony, General Ji walked up to her, reached out, and held her hand tightly. "Child, don't be sad. We will take good care of you on behalf of your parents." Gu Nianji nodded silently and whispered, "Thank you, General Ji. You've been very good to me." She had grown up safely under the protection of the Huaxia Empire's military since she came to Huashaoheng at the age of 12. If it weren't for them, she thought she might have died in the cold sea like her parents. As she thought about it, she actually felt dizzy. It was as if she saw the blue sea covering the sky and pressing down on her. She blinked, her body swaying as she leaned against the coffin behind her. General Ji quickly supported her and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" He already knew about Gu Nianji running around on the beach last night. In the morning, Huashaoheng had requested artificial rain to create a rainbow, and he had agreed without hesitation. Even if they didn't have the means and technology, he would have agreed to temporarily use a studio to create a fake scene. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and shook her head. She tried to control herself and slowly stood up. "I'm fine. I didn't sleep well last night." General Ji touched her head and whispered, "Go back and rest early. The dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences." Gu Nianji lowered her head and nodded lightly. Then Speaker Long walked over. He held Gu Nianji's hand emotionally and said, "Nianji, I didn't expect your parents to be so great. I originally wanted to take you as my goddaughter, but now that I think about it, no one can replace your own parents." Gu Nianji looked up at Speaker Long quietly. After last night's shock, she found that her mind had suddenly become strong. Although her parents were no longer in this world, their deep love gave her unlimited courage and confidence. She had a sense of belonging. She knew who she was, where she came from, and where she was going. Unlike before, she didn't have any memories from before she was 12 years old, and she didn't know who her parents were. In the depths of her heart, she had always been floating like duckweed, not knowing where her roots were. As a person, only by knowing where he was rooted could he grow towards the sky. If it had been in the past, she would have been inexplicably grateful to hear Speaker Long say this and would have wanted nothing more than to repay them 100-fold. It was just like how old Master Xia wanted to hold her engagement party to support her. But now, she was still grateful for their kindness, but she no longer needed these people to support her. Her greatest source of confidence was her own parents, and even more so, herself. Gu Nianji nodded at Speaker Long and said, "Speaker Long, you are my boss. Please take care of me at work in the future." Speaker Long patted her shoulder. I snatched you from old G, so of course I have to take good care of you. Whoever makes things difficult for you is making things difficult for me. Gu Nianji nodded quietly and shook hands with the Prime Minister, who had walked up. Among the four big shots, Gu Nianji was only not very familiar with the Prime Minister. So the two of them didn't exchange pleasantries. The Prime Minister nodded at her and said, "My condolences." Gu Nianji also nodded in return. The last to walk up was Old Master Xia. He said very cautiously, "Nianji, my condolences. Your parents are great, and I am proud of them." Gu Nianji bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Old Master Xia said again, "I'm very sorry about the engagement party. I've already told them that it was our fault. We weren't polite enough. I've already asked them to pack up and leave." This was probably the result of He Jichu's communication with Old Master Xia. Gu Nianji said lightly, "It's not their fault. You're being too polite." After a pause, she added, "Unfortunately, I have to hold a funeral for my parents next, so I won't be able to attend the engagement party." As soon as Old Master Xia heard about Gu Xiangwen and his wife, he knew that Gu Nianji wouldn't be attending the engagement party. Putting aside the unhappiness that had arisen because of changing the time, as a child, it was impossible for her to immediately attend the wedding after her parents had just been buried. Old Master Xia nodded in understanding. It's okay. Since you and Xiaoheng are both busy, then cancel the engagement party. When you get married next year, remember to give me an invitation. I won't go home until I'm drunk." Gu Nianji agreed. Of course. The big shots shook hands with her one by one and then left the auditorium. They were all big shots who had a myriad of important matters to attend to every day. It was already very rare for them to take a day and a night to attend her parents' funeral. The honor guard also left, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The packed auditorium was soon empty. However, Hu Xiaoheng, Song Jining, Chen Lai, Yin Shixiang, and Xiao Yi were still by her side. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and placed a hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder. He said, "Do you want to see your parents' remains?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and recalled what Hu Xiaoheng had said to her father's holographic avatar. Her heart skipped a beat. If the submarine is filled with nitrogen, then their bodies should be well preserved, right? Hu Xiaoheng nodded, took a step forward, and pressed a button on the coffin. The lid of the coffin was halfway open, revealing the transparent inner coffin. Gu Xiangwen and his wife's faces were clearly displayed in front of them. Gu Nianji suddenly covered her mouth with her hand and swallowed a sob. Although the two of them had their eyes closed, they were still as lifelike as when they were alive. Gu Nianji stared blankly at their faces and slowly knelt down. Hu Xiaoheng also knelt down with her. Song Jining wiped her tears from the side. Yin Shixiang and Xiao Yi lowered their heads and lowered their eyes. They didn't dare to look at such a scene. Chen Lai took off his round glasses and wiped them. He also felt very uncomfortable. Gu Nianji kowtowed 3 times to her parents, and Hu Xiaoheng finally closed the coffin. "Nianji, where do you want to bury your parents?" Hu Xiaoheng helped her up. With their status, they can be buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery in the imperial capital. Gu Nianji had originally wanted to bury her parents in her grandfather Gu Hao's hometown, but on second thought, her father and mother were both born and raised abroad. Even the Huaxia Empire was a country they had only set foot in after they passed away. What was the point of burying them in their hometown? Moreover, her father had said that he had spent the rest of his life hiding from the Japanese right wing. What he wanted the most should be a safe and peaceful life, right? He didn't have to worry about being discovered every day, therefore, it was better to bury them in the National Martyrs Cemetery. No one would disturb them there, and no one would dare to disturb them. The country would provide them with the greatest protection and final peace. Gu Nianji nodded. Let's bury them in the National Martyrs Cemetery. It'll be easier for us to pay our respects to them in the future. Hua Xiaoheng thought so too. Okay, then let's bury them in the National Martyrs Cemetery. After deciding on the burial location of the two martyrs, everyone split up and got busy. Hua Xiaoheng handed the task to Yin Shixiang and asked him to transport the coffin back to the imperial capital. At the same time, he had to deal with Gu Xiangwen's submarine. Your father's last words said that everything he had belonged to you, including this submarine. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his phone and showed Gu Nianji the video they had taken of the submarine. When she saw the words "Serious Eye" appear on the top of the submarine, Gu Nianji was extremely touched. Gu Nianji was extremely touched by the fluorescent words. In her father's heart, she really had a place everywhere. She would no longer belittle herself and feel that she was an orphan girl without parents. She would always lack confidence in front of others. Her parents' love gave her the confidence to settle down. She took the phone from Hua Xiaoheng's hand and rubbed the "Serious Eye" on the screen with her fingers. Something seemed to flash through his mind, as if he had seen something. He said, "Serious. I don't know if there's still serious. 2. Hua Xiaoheng, this was the third watch of the day, chapter 1403, her place is everywhere. It was the third watch of the day to remind everyone of their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1415. Let's talk about Sirius first. Hua Xiaoheng brought her to the cave where the submarine was placed. Last night, Gu Nianji had followed Hua Xiaoheng here, and her world had turned upside down. She thought of the holographic portrait of her father she had seen yesterday, and the fluorescent "Sirius" above the submarine in the video. Gu Nianji looked up at the submarine for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and led her into the submarine again. The details that she hadn't noticed yesterday gradually appeared before Gu Nianji's eyes. The deep corridor was covered with a thick carpet, and the dome of the corridor was painted with interesting cats and dogs. It was like a children's paradise. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and thought bitterly, had she ever been here when she was young? A long time ago, was there a chubby little girl who ran here and there with her little feet tapping and giggling? Was there a tall and handsome man standing at the end of the hallway, looking at her with a face full of love? Gu Nianji was so engrossed in her thoughts that she was like an irrelevant bystander. She stood at the side and watched the scene of a loving father and a loving daughter. At that moment, she was so envious. She was so envious of this carefree little girl who was pampered by her parents. Although this little girl should be her, when she was young, right? But in the blink of an eye, her mind was occupied by the overwhelming blue seawater, her head hurt like needles. Her vision was blurry, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Hua Xiaoheng noticed her condition in time. Seeing that she was in a daze, Hua Xiaoheng reached out and gently placed his arm on her shoulder to steady her. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you still not feeling well? Why don't we go back and rest for 2 days?" After this mission, Hua Xiaoheng asked General Ji for a month's vacation. He planned to spend it all with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and shook her head. "I'm fine. I probably didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little dizzy. Let's go back." Hua Xiaoheng didn't allow any explanation. He picked Gu Nianji up again and walked out of the submarine. Chen Lai saw that they had just gone in and come out again. Gu Nianji's face was pale as she lay in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. He asked in surprise, "Is the nitrogen inside still not cleared?" "No, we've been in there many times. It shouldn't be nitrogen." Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's tightly shut face and gave Chen Lai a look. "Check her again." Chen Lai understood and quickly carried the medical kit. He followed Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng to the suite on the third floor. Yin Shixiang was outside preparing to transport Gu Xiangwen and his wife's bodies back to the imperial capital for burial. Xiao Yi had already moved out of the suite and moved into a standard room on the second floor. Therefore, only Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji, and Chen Lai came in. Chen Lai took out another set of equipment and carefully examined Gu Nianji's condition. No fever. Heartbeat, pulse, and blood pressure are normal. Chen Lai looked at the data in the instrument and muttered to himself. He frowned and said, "There's no problem. Could it be that you really didn't sleep well?" Hu Xiaoheng frowned slightly. "Then rest first." In order not to disturb Gu Nianji's sleep, Hu Xiaoheng pulled down the curtains on the French windows. The bedroom was suddenly pitch black. The soundproof glass was also very effective. The sound of the waves outside could not be heard inside the house. The surroundings were abnormally quiet. Gu Nianji fell into a deep sleep. She was indeed very tired. She didn't wake up until the next morning. She had slept for a full 12 hours. Hu Xiaoheng and Chen Lai came in to check on her several times. They only left after confirming that she was fine. Chen Lai's equipment had been placed in the room to observe her condition. That night, Gu Nianji's other physical data were normal. Only her brain data was abnormal. Looking at the data report printed out by his equipment, Chen Lai came to look for Hu Xiaoheng. "Major General Hu, take a look at this." Chen Lai placed Gu Nianji's brain data report in front of Hu Xiaoheng. This time, Nianji was too shocked. "I found that the damaged cells in her hippocampus have begun to metabolize." The hippocampus was a key part of the human brain that was responsible for memory. It usually appeared in pairs. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He took the data report from Chen Lai. "You mean, it's possible that she regained her memory before she was 12 years old?" Chen Lai shook his head regretfully and said, "On the contrary, that part of her memory is in the process of being permanently lost." Hu Xiaoheng, he looked down at Chen Lai's report. "Speak human language." Chen Lai glared at Hu Xiaoheng, but he still accepted his fate and explained, "We've carefully studied Nianji's physical condition before." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "I remember. Ever since she was rescued by you when she was 12 years old, I realized that the hippocampus in her brain was very developed." Chen Lai paused and didn't continue. Instead, he drew a circle on the data report, meaning that the hippocampus in Gu Nianji's brain was twice the size of an ordinary person's. People with a developed hippocampus had a very good memory. Nianji has a photographic memory, mainly because the hippocampus in her brain is very developed. Chen Lai pointed at the data report. But because she once suffered a huge shock, a part of the hippocampus in her brain was severely damaged. It was like a hard disk that was broken. "I told you, this is why she can't remember her memories before she was 12 years old." Hu Xiaoheng looked up and looked at Chen Lai coldly. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" Chen Lai spread out his hands and said helplessly, "Let me finish. Previously, this part of the area was damaged. I used to think that as long as it was active again, Nianji would be able to recover her memories before she was 12 years old. But after this major stimulation, that part of her hippocampus was indeed stimulated to become active again. However, it's like a hard disk that has a problem. When you reactivate this hard disk, you don't use data repair, but hard disk formatting." Hu Xiaoheng frowned even more. "What do you mean? If her brain is really like a hard disk that has a problem, why isn't it data repair? Why does it have to be hard disk formatted?" "Because her brain chose to format itself." Chen Lai didn't understand why either. "I can only tell from the data I've observed that the part of her hippocampus that was originally in a damaged state is starting to become active. It's all relying on new cells. The cells that were previously damaged have all been metabolized. To be precise, it's the huge stimulation of the past few days that has accelerated the metabolism of that part of the hippocampus. When all the metabolism is completed, that part of her damaged hippocampus is equivalent to a hard disk formatting completed. The old information is completely overridden, and new memory cells are in a new state. Chen Lai finished speaking and clicked his tongue. Her memory is already heaven-defying. This time, it's even more heaven-defying. I don't even know how high her IQ will reach in the future. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't worried about this. He casually placed a hand on the data report and said nonchalantly, "It's just a good memory. No matter how high her IQ is, without the corresponding EQ, she'll at most be like you." How good can she be? Hey! Don't hit me in the face. Chen Lai blushed. How am I not good? How is my EQ not high? Just because I'm single, you're mocking me like this. He suddenly thought of Yi Zidan, and his words stopped abruptly. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and understood what he was thinking. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the data report and said, "Then you mean that her dizziness now is a side effect of the damaged part of the hippocampus restarting its metabolism?" You can say that, but it still depends on her own reaction. Chen Lai sat in front of Hua Xiaoheng resentfully. When she wakes up, ask her if there's anything different in her brain. Or you can give her a test to see if her reaction has changed. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and refused. I'm not interested in the change in her IQ. I just want to know if she'll recover her memory. No, Chen Lai said firmly. As the damaged part of her hippocampus reactivates, new cells replace the original cells, and that part of her previous memory will be lost forever. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak for a long time. Chen Lai comforted him. What are you still worried about? Anyway, her parents have already been found. This time, it's really her parents. I've already done a DNA test. Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter is real. They wanted Gu Nianji to recover her memory because they wanted to find out her background. Now that her background had been revealed, it didn't matter whether she recovered her memory or not. Hua Xiaoheng still had an indescribable worry. Is it really okay? No problem, look for me if there's a problem. Chen Lai thumped his chest loudly. Gu Nianji woke up at that moment and called out from the bedroom, "Is Brother Chen outside?" She woke up and called out to Chen Lai, not Hua Xiaoheng. Chen Lai was very pleased to see Hua Xiaoheng trying his best to act nonchalant. He stood up with a smile and said loudly, "I'm here, and so is Major General Hua." Gu Nianji seemed to be startled and said, "I'm still a little uncomfortable. Can Brother Chen come in and help me check?" Okay, no problem. I'll be right there." Chen Lai ran in happily. "Brother Chen, close the door." Gu Nianji sat on the bed, her messy long hair draped over her body, and there were traces of sweat on her forehead. Chen Lai gently closed the door and walked to Gu Nianji's bed to sit down. He asked in confusion, "Nianji, what do you want to say to me?" It was obvious that Gu Nianji only wanted to tell him and not Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead and pursed her lips. She said softly, "Brother Chen, I've been having a dream since yesterday." "What did you dream of?" Chen Lai was excited. Could the newborn hippocampal cells promote the production of dreams? Or was it that the hippocampal cells intersected during metabolism, so that part of the old memories were still retained? Any one of these theses could win a Nobel Prize. Gu Nianji put down her hand and saw Chen Lai's round eyes shining with excitement behind his glasses. She couldn't help but be speechless. After a while, she said, "Don't think too much. There's actually nothing much. I just dreamed of the sea over and over again. The blue sea, the sea that was like a cradle. The color of the sea was too rich and bright. It wasn't the blue-green sea here, but the sea that reflected the blue-purple electric light she had seen in the Caribbean blue hole." She added. It seems that the surrounding situation is also very similar to the Caribbean blue hole. Chen Lai was extremely disappointed when he heard this. Since the dream was a scene that Gu Nianji had seen after she was 12 years old, it had nothing to do with the hippocampal memory intersecting theory that he had just come up with. This should be the after effect of your stress stimulation, Chen Lai explained listlessly. Chen Lai explained listlessly, because the electric shock you received in the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea was roughly the same as the stimulation you received this time, so you will have selective associations. It's not a big problem. You'll be fine after some rest. Gu Nianji also felt that this should be the reason. But there was one thing that she didn't tell Chen Lai, and she didn't know who to tell. Because in her dream, the perspective of the overwhelming seawater was very strange. Sometimes, it seemed like she had personally experienced the scene, but sometimes, it was from a bystander's perspective. And the time was very short. Every time it happened, it was fleeting. Like a light bulb that was constantly being switched on and off, the colorful blue-purple seawater flashed in and out of her dream quickly, making her exhausted and dizzy. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1404, A Bystander's Perspective. There are 2 chapters today. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes at 8 p.m., the second chapter. P.S. Thank you, Momo Moshi, for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1416. After Chen Lai left, Gu Nianji sat on the bed alone, half hugging the blanket as she pondered. Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and walked in. The head of the bed sank slightly. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting down. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and caressed her cheek. You've lost weight. Her face wasn't big to begin with, and now it had shrunk even more, making her already large eyes look even bigger. Her eyelashes were thick and slender like butterfly wings, and they were naturally raised at the ends of her eyes. It made her eyes look like they were painted with eyeliner. Her black eyes were sparkling and sparkling. As her gaze moved, it was as if she was trying to steal someone's soul. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to be bewitched and leaned in to kiss her. First, his lips pressed lightly against hers, then he tossed and turned on her lips. He kissed her up and down, inside and out, before letting her go. Gu Nianji looked at him tenderly, her eyes filled with love and infinite affection. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't resist Gu Nianji's longing gaze at all. He had never felt her feelings for him like at this moment. He pulled her into his embrace and pressed her head against his chest, letting her feel his heartbeat that was more intense than usual. He whispered. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into his arms. She thought about it and whispered, I'm not feeling unwell. It's just that I keep having the same dream over and over again. I'm very tired. She could still see the color of the bluish-purple seawater in front of her eyes. Everything seemed to be covered in a layer of soft blue light. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his cheek against the top of her head and asked, What dream? It could be repeated over and over again, Gu Nianji repeated, It's the seawater, the bluish-purple seawater, just like the seawater I saw in the blue hole in the Caribbean. Hua Xiaoheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So she had only dreamed of the seawater in the blue hole. It seemed that what Chen Lai had said just now was not without reason. He picked her up along with the blanket and sat her on his lap, saying, Your mood swings are too big, it's inevitable, no. Gu Nianji suddenly wanted to tell Hua Xiaoheng how she felt, regardless of whether he understood or not. It's not like that. Gu Nianji shifted back and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. The strange thing was my perspective in the dream. Sometimes, I feel like I'm in the water, but other times, I feel like I'm a bystander, watching the water. Hua Xiaoheng frowned imperceptibly. Different perspectives. That wasn't strange, right? When I dream, I often see things from different perspectives. Gu Nianji hung her head and answered lazily, maybe. She yawned. I'm sleepy. I'll sleep again and see if it makes a difference. Hua Xiaoheng put her on the bed and said, Aren't you hungry? You haven't eaten anything since yesterday. I have no appetite. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes. Give me a glass of water. Hua Xiaoheng went out for a while and brought in a glass of milk for her. Gu Nianji drank the milk with Hua Xiaoheng's hand and went back to sleep. This time, she slept until 8:00 at night. When she woke up again, she found that she didn't have a dream this time. The blue-purple seawater in her dream in the morning was like a distant illusion that was getting further and further away from her. She lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She went to the bathroom to take a shower, washed her hair, and changed her clothes. Hua Xiaoheng came in to see her and found that she was already awake and had gone to the bathroom to take a shower. He immediately went out to order a table of food and waited for her to come out. Gu Nianji came to the living room and couldn't help smiling when she saw the seafood on the long table. There was a bowl of steaming seafood noodles. There were shrimp, abalone, small squid rings to enhance the freshness, and small vegetables to enhance the color. There was also stir-fried mantis shrimp, crab roe vermicelli, and sea cucumber soup. She was full after eating the seafood noodles. Hua Xiaoheng forced her to drink another small bowl of sea cucumber soup and ate a small sea cucumber before letting her go. Hua Xiaoheng ate the rest of the dishes by himself, along with a large bowl of fragrant white rice. After eating, Hua Xiaoheng took her to the submarine again. This time, Gu Nianji didn't feel dizzy. However, when she followed Hua Xiaoheng into the cabin where she had seen Gu Xiangwen's holographic portrait last time, she couldn't help feeling sad. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and stood in front of the sofa in the corner. He said, The computer system here has been dismantled by little Zhe and sent back to the imperial capital. You can look at it whenever you want. Gu Nianji nodded and whispered, Thank you. She could give up on other things, but she couldn't give up on the holographic portrait computer system that her father had left behind. Why are you thanking me? Hua Xiaoheng pinched her chin. Go look at the music box on the desk. Gu Nianji had long noticed the cylindrical object on the desk. She remembered that Gu Xiangwen's holographic portrait had said that the cylindrical object was a music box. He had also said that his greatest research results were in this music box. He had also said that the music box had a self-destruct mechanism. People who didn't meet the requirements didn't have to try to open it. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng to the desk and reached out to pick up the cylindrical object. She had thought it would be heavy, but she realized that it wasn't as heavy as she had imagined. She held the music box and looked it up and down. Then, she pressed a round button on the top of the music box. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside her and looked at her quietly. They had studied the button on the music box. It should be a fingerprint lock. Their fingerprints didn't work, so Gu Nianji should work, right? Just as he was thinking, he heard a click. The lid of the music box opened. Gu Nianji, it really was a fingerprint lock. As soon as the lid of the music box was opened, 3 beautiful ballerina dolls began to twirl and dance on a pink crown. At the same time, a very beautiful music flowed out. It was Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Then a gentle baritone said slowly, Little girl needs daddy. A little girl needs daddy for many things, like giving her love thatashur sien der sa diving deeper so ring hai she always findem there. It was the voice of the holographic avatar, her father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji quickly covered her mouth with her hand and looked up at the ceiling. Only then did she swallow the tears that almost fell. It was this poem. She had seen it on the wall of the DOS clinic in India. Was this the clue left by her father? Were they worried that one day, they would suddenly disappear, so they left these clues so that Gu Nianji could find them when she grew up? Gu Nianji held the music box and looked at it for a long time. After the poem was finished, the 3 ballerina dolls sank. The pink crown turned around and split in the middle, revealing a tray. On it was a high-energy physics problem to calculate the energy of a magnetic field. Gu Nianji, was this thing really prepared for her? Didn't her father know that she wasn't a physics genius? Gu Nianji's face fell. Hua Xiaoheng pinched her little face and smiled faintly. What's with that expression? You don't know how to solve this problem, but Miss Song does. Gu Nianji thought that he was right, but she felt a little guilty. Is that cheating? Hua Xiaoheng seemed to know what she was thinking. He gently hugged her from behind and said, "Your father is indeed talented, but did he predict that you would lose your memory?" Gu Nianji shook her head and said lightly, "My father isn't a god. How can he predict everything? Besides, even if he could predict it, he didn't escape from those people." She turned around and waved her fist at Hua Xiaoheng. "If I find out who betrayed my father, I won't forgive him." Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "I've already avenged your father." Gu Nianji immediately thought of the pirate base that Hua Xiaoheng had gone on this mission to destroy. She couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Really? The one that was scolded on Twitter by the Japanese cabinet and military, that base? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his eyes slightly. Yes, they like to use pirates. I can't tell if they're real pirates or fake pirates. Gu Nianji was touched and held his hand. She snorted. The Japanese were pirates in their early years. Back then, the Japanese had harassed our coast for hundreds of years and accumulated a wealth of experience as pirates. To be honest, what are Somali pirates? They're not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Japanese pirates with a long history. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she was in the mood to mock them and knew that she was in a much better mood. He patted her head. Everything else here has been taken away. If you agree, this submarine will be left here for them to study. If you don't agree. Gu Nianji interrupted him and said with a half-smile, "I even donated the money I recovered from the foundation to Miss Song for research." Why are you being so distant? You can't say that. They're your father's inheritance, so of course you have the final say. Hua Xiaoheng brought her out of the submarine and went to the military port to complete the handover procedures. Gu Xiangwen's advanced cement submarine became the darling of the Navy's equipment experts. Gu Nianji hugged the black music box and boarded the plane back to the imperial capital with Hua Xiaoheng and the others. Xiao Yi, Chen Lai, and Song Jining boarded Hua Xiaoheng's private plane with them. Yin Shixiang took Gu Nianji's parents' coffins and boarded another large transport plane. On the plane, Gu Nianji took the opportunity to give the high-energy physics question she had seen in the music box to Song Jining. Song Jining was fascinated when she saw it. She immediately opened her laptop and began to calculate. She said emotionally, "This question is such a coincidence. I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my research on high-energy magnetic fields. This question is simply enlightening." Gu Nianji, this was today's second update, Chapter 1405, Is this thing really prepared for her? Today's second update was to remind everyone of their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1417. A few hours later, the military plane and the large transport plane landed at the imperial capital airport one after another. Zhao Liangzi was already waiting to pick them up. He brought a convoy over to welcome Gu Nianji's parents' coffins into the National Martyrs Cemetery. Gu Nianji and the others got off first and lined up with Zhao Liangzi. The same few soldiers in military uniforms carried Gu Xiangwen and his wife's coffins down from the plane's suspension ladder. The weather in the imperial capital was starting to heat up. Gu Nianji's eyes couldn't help becoming moist again as she watched her parents' coffins being sent to the hearse. She took a deep breath and looked up at the blue sky. She thought that the weather was so hot that her eyes were sweating. Gu Xiangwen and his wife's coffins were finally buried in the imperial capital's National Martyrs Cemetery. In addition to family members being able to pay their respects every year, there was also a public memorial hosted by the state every year. When Gu Nianji had nothing to do, she would go to her parents' coffins at the National Martyrs Cemetery. She would talk to them, wipe their tombstones, and deliver some of her favorite dishes and snacks. Unfortunately, she didn't remember what her parents liked to eat, so she could only deliver what she liked. That day, Gu Nianji came again with 2 bouquets of night epiphyllum. She placed the night epiphyllum in front of the grave, then took out a tissue from her backpack and wiped her parents' tombstones over and over again. Mom and Dad, are you used to living here? This is the National Martyrs Cemetery of the Huaxia Empire. The people who live here are all people who sacrificed their lives for this country. You must get along well with them. You won't feel lonely. Gu Nianji carefully plucked a fallen leaf from Gu Xiangwen's tombstone as she nagged, although you guys might not care, I'll feel uncomfortable if I'm with someone who has a different view of the world, even if it's just one sentence. After wiping the tombstone, Gu Nianji placed the 2 bouquets of night epiphyllum neatly in front of the 2 tombstones. Her perfect symmetry obsessive-compulsive disorder flared up slightly. It took her a long time to adjust the 2 bouquets of flowers into the same angle and shape. Hua Xiaoheng stood behind her and looked at her the whole time. He held a cigarette in his hand and smoked occasionally. It was rare for him to have such leisure time, but he didn't use it for anything else. Every day when Gu Nianji wanted to come here, he would pack his things and come with her. They stayed from morning until sunset. She never got tired, and he never got tired. It was the same today. However, not long after the sun rose, another person appeared in front of Gu Nianji's parents' tombstone. He Zhichu. He was wearing casual clothes, a white custom-made linen and silk blended shirt with a small checkered collar, smoke gray straight pants of the same material, and white casual shoes on his feet as he slowly walked over. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly and nodded. Good morning, Professor He. He Zhichu glanced at him and frowned. Don't smoke so much in front of Nianji. Secondhand smoke is harmful to health. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers twitched as he held the cigarette. In the end, he raised his hand and tossed the remaining cigarette but into the bamboo-shaped trash can under the tree. Gu Nianji heard He Zhichu's voice and turned to look. Professor He. Why are you here? He Zhichu didn't say anything else. He walked over to Gu Xiangwen and his wife's tombstones and silently studied them. Gu Xiangwen's tombstone simply wrote, Grave of my late father, Gu Xiangwen. An unfilial daughter weeps. The photo on the tombstone was a screenshot of Yi Xian's photo. He Zhichu glanced at it and didn't comment. He turned to look at his wife's tombstone beside Gu Xiangwen. He didn't see the photo. He only saw a hand-painted white rose that had been sealed in plastic. He Zhichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed as he asked coldly. Where's her photo? We didn't find a photo of her when she was alive. Gu Nianji was angry when she thought of this. That be *tch, Gu Yanran, destroyed all the photos of my parents. The family photo that Hua Xiaoheng had taken in the Gu villa on the Caribbean island was fake. The man and woman in it weren't Gu Xiangwen and his wife at all. When they finally saw Gu Xiangwen and his wife, they had already passed away. Although their bodies were well preserved and lifelike in a pure nitrogen environment, they weren't what they looked like when they were alive, so it wasn't appropriate to use their deceased photos as the photos on the tombstone. Fortunately, Yi Xian's photo of Gu Xiangwen had slipped through the net, so it was captured. However, Gu Xiangwen's wife wasn't so lucky. Therefore, Gu Nianji suggested using a hand-painted white rose as her photo. She had seen her mother's body. She lay quietly in a cherry wood coffin. She was as beautiful and clean as a white rose. He Ji-chu pursed his lips and said softly. You feel the same way. There's not even a photo. Where did your childish admiration come from? Gu Nianji was very disgusted by He Ji-chu's tone and immediately said, That's my parents. Where do you think my childish admiration came from? As she spoke, she stood in the middle of Gu Xiangwen and his wife's tombstones, looking like she was protecting her children. Although He Ji-chu wasn't very happy, he was amused by Gu Nianji's expression. He shook his head and chuckled. You're quite protective of them. Of course I have to protect them. They only have me. Gu Nianji's eyes turned red after she finished speaking. She clenched her fists and glared fiercely at He Ji-chu. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and put his arm around Gu Nianji's shoulder. He said calmly to He Ji-chu, Professor He, please behave yourself in front of my father-in-law and mother-in-law's coffins. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a few lessons on their behalf. You? He Ji-chu glanced at Hu Xiaoheng contemptuously. Did they acknowledge you? Without waiting for Hu Xiaoheng to retaliate, he immediately turned to Gu Nianji and asked with concern, Where have you been these days? I couldn't get through to you on the phone. Actually, he knew where Gu Nianji had gone. The GPS on Gu Nianji's phone constantly showed her coordinates. When He Ji-chu saw that she had gone to the southernmost port city in the south, he thought she had gone on vacation, so he didn't disturb her. It wasn't until she came back that she ran between Hu Xiaoheng's official residence and the National Martyrs Cemetery every day that she curiously came over to take a look. I went out to pick up my parents a few days ago. Gu Nianji combed her hair that had been blown away by the wind with her hand. She was feeling down. They're here now, so I can come and accompany them every day. With that, she picked up the small broom that had been placed there for a long time and started sweeping the two tombstones back and forth. He Ji-chu stood to the side and watched Gu Nianji busy herself with a complicated expression. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at He Ji-chu and said calmly, You're very disappointed. He said it in an affirmative tone. He Ji-chu crossed his arms lazily and leaned against a big tree in front of the grave. He sneered. Yes, I'm very disappointed. I thought you were the one who moved in. Hu Xiaoheng, when Gu Nianji heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned around and said, Pft, pft, pft. Bad things don't work, but good things do. Professor He, if you keep talking nonsense, my parents don't welcome you to visit them. He Ji-chu's expression changed. He turned around and left, saying coldly, Who cares? His clear and cold voice was filled with a strange anger and suffocation. Gu Nianji looked at He Ji-chu's back and said childishly, Humph. I'm not asking you. I'll suffocate you to death. Hu Xiaoheng, he suddenly had a headache. After the two of them returned from the National Martyrs Cemetery, Gu Nianji was still a little worried. She tried calling He Ji-chu, but found that she couldn't get through. She was silent for a while and whispered to Hu Xiaoheng. I think brother He seems to have blocked me. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at her from the military magazine. I couldn't ask for more. Gu Nianji. Time seemed to pass especially quickly when two people in love were together. Not long after, Hu Xiaoheng's vacation was almost half over. That day, after Gu Nianji got up in the morning and washed up, she saw Hu Xiaoheng sitting at the dining table reading the newspaper. She asked casually, What are you reading? Why are you so engrossed? Hu Xiaoheng put the newspaper down and pressed it to the side. He picked up the knife and smeared blueberry jam on the bread. Then, he placed the bread in front of Gu Nianji and said, The big report on your parents' deeds is finally out today. Calculating the time, it was the 35th day after her parents' bodies were found. It was the most important day of funerals for Southerners. Gu Nianji didn't understand this tradition, but she had carefully looked up information about sacrifices and funerals. Although no one around her taught her about it, she could look it up on her own. Online children were fearless. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. She knew that this kind of timing was definitely not a coincidence. It must have been arranged by Hu Xiaoheng. Thank you. That's very kind of you, Gu Nianji said softly. She also poured black pepper sauce on Hu Xiaoheng's steak. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her without batting an eyelid. His slender fingers dragged his plate over. You're still being polite with me. They're also my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The word father-in-law and mother-in-law came out of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth naturally and sincerely. Gu Nianji instantly felt a wave of warmth rise in her heart and flowed into her limbs. Her mood, which had been gloomy for almost a month, instantly improved. Just as she was about to drink the milk, her phone rang. She took it and saw that it was actually the great beauty Xiao Yi. She picked up the phone and said with a smile, "What's the matter, miss?" Because Hu Xiaoheng was on vacation this month, Gu Nianji stayed with him at the official residence and gave Xiao Yi a break. With Hu Xiaoheng as her personal bodyguard, she didn't need anyone else by her side. Xiao Yi took the opportunity to go home and live with her parents. She had been on missions for many years. From a young girl who had just graduated from university, she was now almost 30 years old. Her parents were extremely anxious and started to arrange blind dates for her. Xiao Yi had been very annoyed these past few days. She called Gu Nianji early in the morning to complain. She wanted to cancel her leave and go back to work as soon as possible. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing when she thought about the valiant and beautiful killing machine Xiao Yi going on a blind date. She shook her head and smiled. No, Mississippi. You've been working hard for so many years, and it's not easy for you to get a big break. You'd better spend more time with your uncle and auntie. Don't be like me, who can't even be with my parents if I want to. If my parents were still alive, I would do anything they asked me to do. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment. Her annoyance at her parents forcing her to go on a blind date lessened a lot. She sat cross-legged on the bay window of her room and smiled. What if your parents asked you to go on a blind date? Would you be willing to let Major General Hu go? Gu Nianji stole a glance at Hu Xiaoheng and saw that he was focused on cutting the steak. He probably didn't hear her talking to Xiao Yi. She pretended to pick up something and slipped down from the chair. She hid under the table and hugged her phone with both hands. She whispered, "If they ask me to go, I'll go." As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of long legs appeared in front of her. Looking up, she saw Hu Xiaoheng's handsome face looking down at her from above. With a half-smile, he said, "Don't hide under the table when you're talking big. Is your skin itching again?" This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1406, My Skin is Itching Again. There are 2 updates today, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1418. Gu Nianji had never expected that Hu Xiaoheng would still hear her even though she had hidden under the table and lowered her voice. Although she was just bragging, she actually felt guilty for being caught red-handed by Hu Xiaoheng on the spot, still not coming out. Hu Xiaoheng tilted his head and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He took a step back and looked at her under the table with his deep eyes. Gu Nianji blinked and pounced forward with her phone in her hand. She half knelt on the ground and hugged Hu Xiaoheng's leg. "What are you doing?" Hu Xiaoheng still had a serious expression on his face as he gently raised his leg. "I'm hugging his thigh." Gu Nianji said confidently, "If my parents saw that their son-in-law was Major General Hu, they definitely wouldn't have let me go on a blind date." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and reached out to grab her arm. He pulled her out from under the table and said helplessly, "Why are you so naughty?" He then took her phone from Gu Nianji's hand and found that it was still on the line. He quickly hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yi was caught off guard. She heard about her boss and his fiancé's sweet daily routine. Her face suddenly heated up, as if she had spied on some big secret. She held her face and jumped down from the bay window. She paced around her room a few times and found that her heart was still beating too fast. She had no choice but to rush downstairs and run around the field in the courtyard. Gu Nianji was dragged out from under the table by Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng let go of her hand, and she quickly held it again. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng fawningly and smiled sweetly. Her entire body was like high-quality lychee honey, emitting a sweet fragrance. Unfortunately, Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to eat sweet things right now, so he didn't fall for her tricks. He lowered his head and looked at her sideways. "You want to go on a blind date?" No, I was just bragging to someone." Gu Nianji was so nervous that she even spoke in Yin Shixiang's hometown dialect. "Sure, what kind of man do you want? Make a list." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her without batting an eyelid. He had to put an end to her little thoughts. He continued lightly: height, weight, family background, appearance, personality, temper, and specialty. Write them down in detail. I'll find them for you. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. Hua Xiao. So excited that you can't even speak. Hu Xiaoheng slowly leaned over and whispered into her ear, "Although we're already married, if Mrs. Hu wants to go on a blind date, I can accompany you to the end." One side of Gu Nianji's ear was about to melt from his melodious voice. Her face was flushed, and her usual sharp tongue was completely useless now. All she knew was to grip the corner of Hu Xiaoheng's shirt tightly with one hand. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her hand gripping the corner of his shirt. "Let go." "No." Gu Nianji shook her head. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her for a while and suddenly reached out to unbutton his shirt. Gu Nianji was shocked and thought he wanted to do it. She instinctively retracted her hand and took 2 steps back. Her face was red as she said, "Why are you taking off your clothes in broad daylight?" When Gu Nianji let go, Hu Xiaoheng stopped unbuttoning his shirt. He brushed his sleeves with a half-smile and turned to leave. Gu Nianji finally understood that she had been fooled by him. He didn't want to do it with her at all. He just wanted her to let go. He was too cunning. Gu Nianji spaced out in the dining room for a while before chasing after him. However, she had been dawdling in the dining room for a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng had only reached the spiral staircase. How slow was he? At a snail's pace. Gu Nianji's dark eyes darted around, and she finally understood. She ran over with a smile and held Hu Xiaoheng's arm from behind. "Hu Xiao is going upstairs. Why are you walking so slowly? Are you waiting for me?" Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly, "Someone just knocked into my leg in the dining room." Gu Nianji was speechless. She had only pounced on him and hugged his leg. How did she break his leg? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes in her heart. However, she was indeed in the wrong today, so she couldn't be stubborn. She lowered her head and carefully followed Hu Xiaoheng up to the 2nd floor. When they reached the corridor between their rooms, Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at her. He pushed the door open and entered his room. Gu Nianji wanted to follow him in, but she was worried that Hu Xiaoheng was still angry and would chase her out. She didn't dare to rush in like before, so she paced around Hu Xiaoheng's door anxiously. She walked around and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng's door. Then she walked around and looked at Hu Xiaoheng's door again. Hu Xiaoheng was about to get dizzy from looking at the surveillance cameras in the room. However, he still waited for a while before saying lightly, "Why aren't you coming in?" The voice came from inside the room. Gu Nianji then saw that the door was ajar. Hu Xiaoheng hadn't closed it at all. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, pushed open Hu Xiaoheng's door, and walked in. Hua Xiaoheng stood by the door. After she entered, Hua Xiaoheng closed the door behind her. Gu Nianji turned around, and Hua Xiaoheng had already walked up to her. He held the back of her neck with one hand and her waist with the other. She was forced to raise her head slightly and accept Hua Xiaoheng's kiss. After the kiss, Hua Xiaoheng pressed his forehead against hers and said in a low voice, "Don't say things like that in the future. You can't even joke about it." His voice was deep, and there was a hint of imperceptible panting. It was incredibly sexy. Gu Nianji was stunned and bravely retorted, "It was just a joke. Don't you men like to joke about this kind of thing?" She had often heard Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi argue with each other. "No, I don't joke about this kind of thing." Hua Xiaoheng cupped her face. Her palm-sized face was as delicate and beautiful as a rose bud in his hands. He rubbed his thumb against her rosy lips and said calmly, "Jokes that hurt feelings can't be made, no matter how small." His words immediately hit Gu Nianji's heart. She quickly nodded and was sincerely convinced. "Hua Xiao, I was wrong. I really won't do it again." Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. His original solemn demeanor melted a lot with his smile. He looked extremely intimate and wanted to kiss her. Gu Nianji couldn't help standing on her tiptoes and taking the initiative to kiss Hua Xiaoheng's lips. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her back gently. It wasn't as forceful as usual, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. However, this kind of extreme care and gentleness was what women yearned for. Gu Nianji almost melted into a puddle of spring water from his kiss. Hua Xiaoheng was only kissing her. This wasn't the time to take it further. However, Gu Nianji didn't know that her tactful way of taking and demanding in front of him made him unable to stop. Before he lost control, Hua Xiaoheng used his strong self-control to move his lips away and press her in his arms. He changed the topic and asked, "What do you want to do today?" Gu Nianji dizzily fell from the clouds. Only then did she remember the serious matter she had been preparing for. She leaned into Hua Xiaoheng's arms and panted for a while before saying, "I want to go to the cemetery to see my parents today. I also want to burn that newspaper for them to see. It was the newspaper that published their deeds. This is the last time to see them this month. From now on, it'll be once a month, okay?" Gu Nianji asked for Hua Xiaoheng's opinion. Hua Xiaoheng patted her little face. "You can go whenever you want. Who said that you have to pick a day to see your parents?" Gu Nianji laughed and hugged Hua Xiaoheng's thin waist. "You're not angry anymore. If you keep getting such ideas, I'll continue to be angry." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her arm away. "Go get ready." Gu Nianji nodded and went back to her room to pack her things. She brought the newspaper that published her parents' deeds, 2 bunches of night epiphyllum, and some snacks to the National Martyrs Cemetery with Hua Xiaoheng. However, when they were about to reach her parents' graves, they found that there were more and more people there. Looking ahead, there were many people crowded in front of her parents' graves. Some people were laying wreaths, while others were giving speeches. There were also primary school students standing in front of her parents' graves, listening to the teacher tell the story of the people who were lying here. Looking at their childish little faces and the pure admiration and respect in their eyes, Gu Nianji felt that her eyes were about to sweat again. She hugged the flowers and stood under a big tree by the road not far away. She didn't walk forward. Hua Xiaoheng stood beside her with a bag of sacrificial items and said softly, "It should be today's report, and it happens to be a festival, so there are more people here. Look, no one will forget them." This was the best way to repay her parents. Gu Nianji nodded and stood there with Hua Xiaoheng the whole time. She watched the endless stream of people coming and going, and she actually watched with relish. She didn't feel bored without playing with her phone the whole day. In the evening, the crowd finally dispersed, and Gu Nianji carried the flowers over to place them. 10 hours had passed. Although the night epiphyllum had been specially treated, it was still a little wilted. Gu Nianji sprayed water with a small sprinkler and put some snacks on it. She whispered, "Mom and Dad, are you very happy today? Although I'm late, you won't punish me, right?" She muttered in front of Gu Xiangwen and his wife's graves for a long time. It wasn't until dusk that she was pulled away by Hu Xiaoheng. She looked back 3 times with every step, reluctant to part. Hu Xiaoheng turned her head around and said helplessly, "If you want to come back tomorrow. It's already dark today. Hurry up and go back." Gu Nianji shook her head. "I can't wallow in this kind of sadness. Mom and Dad didn't do this to make me miserable. I want to live well so they can truly be at ease." Therefore, she couldn't form a psychological dependence on the 2 graves. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her in surprise. After a long time, he rubbed her head. "Yes, you've really grown up." After the 2 of them returned, Hu Xiaoheng personally cooked a sumptuous dinner for her. After dinner, Gu Nianji turned on the computer as planned and began to take stock of the assets Gu Xiangwen had left behind. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1407, Teaching Your Wife Behind Her Back. There are 2 updates today, to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1419. The Gu family had a lot of assets. On his own, Gu Xiangwen had accumulated an astronomical amount of wealth in just over 30 years. When Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran were fighting for the estate, they had already tallied it up. On the surface, their assets included savings, patents, jewelry, antiques, paintings, company shares, trust funds, and so on. But in reality, most of these assets had either been squandered by Gu Yanran or donated to the Angel in the World Foundation. The things that Gu Nianji had recovered from the Angel in the World Foundation in the lawsuit were clear at a glance, so she didn't need to spend too much effort on them. What she was most concerned about now were other assets, especially the finished technology that she still didn't know about. For example, the submarine that Hu Xiaoheng and the others had just found, Sirius I. The matter regarding this submarine had not been mentioned at all during the property dispute with Gu Yanran. Gu Nianji even called Yi Xian to ask about the submarine. As expected, Yi Xian also didn't know anything about this submarine. As for whether or not Gu Yanran knew about it, Gu Nianji had her doubts for now. She couldn't help but chat with Hu Xiaoheng, who was reading a book, as she sat in front of the computer and organized all of Gu Xiangwen's assets. "Major General Hu, do you think Gu Yanran knows about my father's submarine?" Hu Xiaoheng was sitting on the recliner next to her. He had a book over his head and was pretending to sleep. The things that Gu Nianji's father had left behind involved a lot of military technology. It wasn't that Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to see them, but Gu Nianji was the master now, so if she didn't take the initiative to ask, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't interfere. Now that Gu Nianji asked, Hu Xiaoheng finally said, "It's hard to say." Even Hu Xiaoheng thought it was hard to say, so Gu Nianji was curious. Why? Maybe she doesn't know because this submarine's technology content is very high. Maybe your father did a good job keeping it a secret. Gu Yanran isn't his biological daughter, so it's possible that he hid it from her. Gu Nianji nodded thoughtfully. What if she knows? If she knew but kept it a secret from the beginning? Hu Xiaoheng removed the book from his face and looked at Gu Nianji sharply. Then we have to reevaluate Gu Yanran as a person. Based on Gu Yanran's crimes, she could be executed several times over. However, Hu Xiaoheng had kept her locked up because his intuition told him that something was wrong. He couldn't explain the reason, but he felt that there was something wrong with Gu Yanran and Gu Nianji's fight for the inheritance, as well as her explanation of the whereabouts of Gu Xiangwen and his wife. They couldn't say that she was lying, because they didn't know the truth, so there was no proof that she was lying. Also, anyone who lied had a motive. Gu Yanran had already admitted to using her biological father to pretend to be Gu Xiangwen in order to seize and transfer the Gu fortune. What motive did she have to cover up the real cause of Gu Xiangwen's death? Or did she know that Gu Xiangwen was dead? Gu Nianji frowned and thought about it for a while, then said, "Now that you mention it, I also think there's a problem. Actually, when I was fighting the estate dispute case, I felt that it was quite strange. If she knew that my parents were dead and I was missing, she would be the only heir after 7 years. Then, she could just take over the Gu family's assets. Wouldn't it be superfluous to make her biological father lie in a hospital bed in a vegetative state for so many years?" She later confessed that because you disappeared, she was worried that you would come back to fight with her for the inheritance, so she used the adoption matter and used her biological father to pretend to be Gu Xiangwen to deceive everyone and create the established fact that you were adopted and she was the biological one. Hu Xiaoheng told Gu Nianji what they had pried out of Gu Yanran's mouth. This explanation was impeccable. However, Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and said, "How did she know that my father had passed away? And she once said that he died in a plane crash." "Yes, your father's holographic avatar said very clearly that the plane didn't crash at that time. Instead, he was kidnapped and forced to land in a part of the sea at the Cape of Good Hope." Hu Xiaoheng sat up from the recliner. "So on this point, do you think Gu Yanran knew the truth and lied, or did she not know the truth and lied casually?" Gu Nianji paused, and her expression gradually darkened. "If she didn't know the truth, that is, if she didn't know the whereabouts of my parents, then lying would be excusable. If she knew the real cause of my parents' death and still lied, then wouldn't she have colluded with the Japanese right wing?" "She must have colluded," Hu Xiaoheng said with certainty. "The question now is to what extent. In the matter of your parents' death, was she a traitor or an accomplice?" Gu Nianji's eyes couldn't help turning red again when she thought of her parents' tragic situation. She turned to look at the computer and sniffled. Hu Xiaoheng handed her a tissue and comforted her calmly. "If you want to cry, cry. Your parents must know that you've been a crybaby since you were young." Gu Nianji's tears instantly disappeared when she heard that. She turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and said angrily, "Who's a crybaby? Why do I want to cry?" Hu Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji turned to think of when she had just arrived at Hu Xiaoheng's side 7 years ago and would often cry at the top of her lungs. At that time, Hu Xiaoheng was only in his 20s. Faced with a chubby 12-year-old crybaby, he must have had a headache, right? Gu Nianji blushed and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. She turned to look at her computer screen and typed furiously on the keyboard. She muttered, "Crying before the age of 18 isn't called crying. Minors can't cry. At least I haven't cried much since I was 18. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. She had turned 18 and was now 4 months away from turning 20. It had only been less than 2 years, right? What a load of bullshit. Hu Xiaoheng didn't comment. He stood up and pulled a stool over to sit next to Gu Nianji. He watched her search on the computer. The Gu family's assets were all digitized and stored in the computer. At this time, Gu Nianji's powerful computer skills came in handy. She wrote a few search programs to find the information she needed in the vast amount of computer data. Hu Xiaoheng saw how red her face was and quietly changed the topic. He looked at the program she wrote and said, "What kind of content are you looking for?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips awkwardly and didn't speak. Hu Xiaoheng propped his head up with his hand and leaned against her computer desk. He glanced at her. "Still angry? What's wrong with a little crybaby?" "I just like little crybabies." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and didn't believe him at all. "Hu Xiao, doesn't it hurt your conscience to say such things that go against your conscience?" "Then what do you want me to say?" "That I'm annoying. That I want to throw you out when I see you cry." At that time, he really wanted to throw her out, but a certain little crybaby who had been hugging his leg since she was a child had been hugging his leg, so he couldn't throw her out. Gunyanji angrily hit the table. How can you say that? You should say that no matter what I am, whether I'm a little crybaby or a little laughing bag, you love me so much that you can't help yourself. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile and nodded. Yes, you're right. Gu Nianji turned around and poked his chest with her finger. Don't be perfunctory with me. I'm not perfunctory. Really? Gu Nianji's eyes darted around. Then repeat what I just said. What? Hu Xiaoheng wanted to play dumb. He couldn't say something so shameful and childish. I knew you weren't sincere, and you're still playing dumb. Gu Nianji looked at him with disdain. And you said you weren't perfunctory. I really wasn't. Then repeat it again. Just say that no matter what I am, you love me so much that you can't help yourself. Gu Nianji pointed her phone at Hu Xiaoheng and wanted to record him saying this. Of course, she had to be careful when leaving voice evidence. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and repeated with a smile. Okay. No matter what I am, you love me so much that you can't help yourself. Are you satisfied? Yes. That's more like it. Gu Nianji's first reaction was to be overjoyed. She felt refreshed, and every pore on her body felt as if she had just gone to a spa. But after replaying it on her phone, she quickly came back to her senses. Damn it. She had been tricked by that cunning Hu Xiaoheng again. No, you're wrong. Gu Nianji chased after him to correct him. You should say, no matter what you are, I love you so much that I can't help myself. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly flashed his phone and said with a smile, I know you love me. You don't have to promise me again. It turned out that he had also recorded a video just now and had quickly used an editing software to edit it. Opening the playback on his phone, he saw a beautiful girl with big eyes smiling at the phone and saying, no matter what you are, I love you so much that I can't help myself. It was as if she was confessing to him. Gu Nianji was so angry that she pounced on him and wanted to hit him. Of course, she was quickly, violently suppressed by Hu Xiaoheng. After fooling around, Gu Nianji was so tired that she lay in his arms and said, delete the video just now. No. Hu Xiaoheng refused immediately. But I'll encrypt it and save it. Only I can open it and watch it. What's so good about that? Gu Nianji panicked at the thought of it, and her eyes turned red again. You've never said something like that to me. Hu Xiaoheng picked up a tissue and gently wiped her eyes. I said it. Record it. Then, he picked up Gu Nianji's phone and opened the video recording. He said, no matter what Nianji is, I love you so much that I can't help myself. This was probably the first time Hu Xiaoheng had ever confessed his love to her. Although his tone was flat, and it wasn't as thunderous as she had imagined, it wasn't easy for him to say the word love. What's more, he had said, love you so much that I can't help myself. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1408, love you so much that I can't help myself. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update was at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1420. Happiness came so suddenly that Gu Nianji almost couldn't react. She watched as Hu Xiaoheng put the phone back into her hand and instinctively gripped it tightly. Are you satisfied? Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. This way, we both have dirt on each other. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. She pressed the phone to her chest and said proudly, this isn't dirt. This is the greatest wealth of my life. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. Then do you want to double your wealth? Yes. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Give me the phone. Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and extended his hand to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji put the phone back in his hand and looked at him curiously. Hua Xiaoheng picked up her phone and asked while suppressing his laughter, "How many times do you want your wealth to multiply?" Gu Nianji was speechless. It could even be so smart to pick multiples? Gu Nianji said tentatively, "Then, double." She wasn't greedy. She just wanted to double it. But then again, did Hua Xiao really have a quick way to double her wealth? Then should she withdraw all the money in her bank account and give it to Hua Xiao? Gu Nianji's thoughts were running wild when she saw Hua Xiaoheng nod from the corner of her eye. Then he picked up her phone and pressed a few buttons on the touch screen. "Fine, double it is double," Hua Xiaoheng said as he returned the phone to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. So fast. What kind of illegal method is this? As she spoke, she looked down at her phone and saw that Hua Xiaoheng had copied the video. She had been tricked again. Gu Nianji wanted to hit him. "This is how you doubled my wealth?" Gu Nianji said with a serious expression and showed Hua Xiaoheng the two identical videos on her phone. Hua Xiaoheng nodded seriously. "You said this is your greatest wealth, so I copied it. Of course, it's doubled your greatest wealth. What's wrong?" Gu Nianji was speechless. What was wrong? Everything was wrong. Gu Nianji glared at Hua Xiaoheng, knowing he was teasing her. Ignoring him, he put away his phone and focused his attention back on his program on the computer. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and sat next to her. He rested an arm on the back of the computer chair behind Gu Nianji and crossed his legs as he calmly watched her search for information on the computer. "What are you looking for?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her for a while. The data flashed past his eyes so quickly that he was dazzled. Gu Nianji didn't even turn around. She replied dryly, "Look for information about Sirius." Information on this time, even with the help of the search program, it still took her more than 10 minutes to find Sirius. Some clues related to Hua Xiao, it turns out that my father bought a house with a dock in Cape Town a long time ago, but that house has already been sold by Gu Yanran, Gu Nianji said regretfully. Her fingers moved the mouse as she flipped through the information she had found. After the Gu family's assets were categorized and stored in the computer's database program, it was indeed much faster to search. This time, she used a regional search and a keyword search. Hua Xiaoheng looked over. One of his arms went around Gu Nianji and held her hand that was holding the mouse. His two hands overlapped as he manipulated the mouse wheel to scroll up and down. Hua Xiaoheng quickly read through all the information Gu Nianji had found about Sirius. Information on Although the specialized information could no longer be found, he could still make out the connections from some clues. Hua Xiaoheng controlled the mouse and clicked on the house that had once belonged to Gu Xiangwen. He said, "This location is the best harbor in Cape Town. The houses there are very expensive because the people who can afford the houses there all have yachts and need a good dock. To have a bay and a private dock in that place was indeed extraordinary." Gu Nianji sighed. Unfortunately, it was sold cheaply by Gu Yanran. "My father bought this place for close to $10 million, but she sold it for $3 million. Do you think she's short on money? Is that why she's so obsessed with money?" Hua Xiaoheng curled the corners of his lips. There are many people who are short on money, but there aren't many people like her who are desperate for quick success. Gu Nianji nodded and said, "That makes sense. Also, it turns out that my father discovered that the magnetic field at the Cape of Good Hope was abnormal, so he docked the submarine there for academic research." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the time and immediately remembered the time when they had investigated the establishment of the Japanese secret overseas military base. His eyes flashed, and he said, "The Japanese secret overseas military base happened to be established after your father docked the submarine there." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Does this explain why there happened to be a submarine in the Cape of Good Hope? Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "You're a promising child." Gu Nianji pushed his hand away and played with it as she said, "So this is why the Japanese found someone to hijack that plane and forced it to land there. But why didn't they fly directly to the secret Japanese military base?" "According to our speculation, there are many reasons." Hua Xiaoheng picked out a few important reasons and said, "First of all, because the plane wasn't your parents' private plane, but a civil airliner. There were hundreds of people on the plane. If they directly flew it to the secret Japanese military base, there was a high chance that information would be leaked. The Japanese government didn't want to be enemies with the world, so they definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to directly bring the entire plane back to their base." Gu Nianji suddenly understood. So they hired mercenaries to hijack the plane and force it to land on an island near the Cape of Good Hope. But at the same time, in order to ensure that the plan would go smoothly, they also arranged for spies on the plane. They were the 4 spies, and they were closely following my parents. Gu Xiangguan wasn't like Hua Xiaoheng and the others. They were special intelligence agents who had undergone rigorous professional training and could see through those disguised passers-by at a glance. Gu Xiangguan and his wife didn't see through it, which had nothing to do with intelligence. Moreover, people with good intentions were the easiest to deceive. Hua Xiaoheng said thoughtfully, "The Japanese have done a thorough research on your father. They know that he's kind-hearted, so they chose 2 old men and 2 young men, who are descendants of the Huaxia Empire. Think about it, when the plane was hijacked and someone asked your father for help, they were old men and children, and they were his compatriots. How could he not help?" Gu Nianji's mood dropped. "If my father wasn't so kind-hearted, would he have escaped?" "If your father wasn't so kind-hearted, he wouldn't be Gu Xiangguan," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Gu Nianji nodded slowly and took a deep breath. She held the mouse and looked at the next content. She asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua, from your professional point of view, shouldn't there be other staff on that submarine?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Of course." This was also the clue they were looking for. They hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be looking for it as well. However, this was only their conjecture based on common sense. In fact, they hadn't found any clues. Could it be that this kind of submarine didn't need other staff, and her parents could handle it? Gu Nianji said in confusion, "Also, I didn't find any clues about Sirius 2. Traces of 2. Was she really overthinking things? Or had her father not had time to create Sirius 2? Had he been killed? No matter how she thought about it, the second possibility was more likely." Gu Nianji closed the computer and pondered silently for a while. She said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Can you think of a way for me to see Gu Yanran?" "You want to see her?" Gu Nianji clicked on the computer with the mouse and said seriously, "Now that my father and mother have been found, I want to see what she has to say. And I still have questions." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it." The next day, Hua Xiaoheng asked Yin Shixiang to complete the procedures for them and directly brought Gu Nianji to see Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran was an important criminal and was being held in a secret place in the Special Operations Forces. This place was quite far from the Special Operations Forces headquarters. It would take about 2 hours to drive there. After going through layers of security checks, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng finally arrived at the small room to see Gu Yanran. There were 3 walls here, and there were no windows. When the door was closed, the door and the wall almost merged into one. It felt very oppressive. Gu Yanran sat on a chair in the middle of the room. There was a small conference table in front of her, and Gu Nianji sat opposite her, quietly sizing her up. This is the second update of today, Chapter 1409, Everything is Wrong. There are 2 updates today, to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for the 10,000 Chidian coins that I planned to give you yesterday. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1421. Gu Yanran was wearing a gray prison uniform and looked very haggard. She was originally elegant, graceful, and charming. At first glance, she seemed inconspicuous, but at second glance, one would be unable to move their eyes away from her. Now, her face was yellow, her hair was dry, and she had lost a lot of weight. Deep wrinkles had appeared on her face. Gu Nianji was relieved to see that she wasn't doing well. Gu Yanran was also studying Gu Nianji. She had really grown up a lot. In the past, there was still a little baby fat on her face, but now it had become a standard goose egg face. His black eyes were big and bright, so black that they were blue, the color of the sea in the dark night. His eyes flashed slightly, and under the reflection of the light, it was like a sky full of stars had been crushed and scattered on the surface of the sea, making people want to dive in. She had the same high nose bridge and plump lips as Gu Xiangwen. However, when she looked at people, she was very arrogant. She did not have Gu Xiangwen's gentleness. Instead, there was a trace of contempt and disdain. Gu Yanran leaned forward and said maliciously, "You're so capable to be able to last until now. The reason I'm still alive is to see your end." Gu Nianji didn't react to her slander and said expressionlessly, "Did you see the news? The bodies of my father and mother were found." "Found it? Hee, it can't be, don't try to trick me. I've cremated them and thrown their ashes into the sea." "Where did you find the imposter?" Gu Yanran giggled as if she didn't believe Gu Nianji at all. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and threw the photo of the submarine in front of Gu Yanran, as well as the remains of her parents lying in the coffin. "Look for yourself." Gu Yanran immediately saw serious. Aishi immediately opened her eyes wide and pounced over to grab the photo and stared at it for a long time. He muttered, "Impossible. Impossible. How is this possible?" Looking at the lifelike photo of Gu Xiangwen and his wife, her pupils constricted. She raised her head and said in disbelief, "They passed away 7 years ago. How could their bodies be preserved so well? It must be fake. Fake. We have done a DNA test, and we are indeed father and daughter. What else do you have to say?" Gu Nianji's voice sank. "A DNA test? Are you sure?" Gu Yanran tried her best to remain calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. Could it be true? But, how was that possible? Her hands on her thighs clenched into fists. Her whole body trembled slightly, and her eyes hid a deep fear. You really did a DNA test? Are they really their biological father and daughter?" Gu Nianji had been watching the changes in her expression. "Of course I'm sure. You don't have to worry about it. You think I'm you? Using your own father to impersonate someone else? Yeah, don't you know how to do it?" Gu Yanran looked at her suspiciously. "Since I'm doing it, why don't you do it back? Why should I do 15? Gu Nianji felt that it was difficult to explain to Gu Yanran. "Because you covet other people's assets, so I'll be like you." This kind of person was a classic example of measuring others by their own standards. "Because I can't do it, so you definitely can't do it. And, because I did it, so you definitely did it." She completely disregarded the huge differences between people. Gu Yanran's clenched fists loosened and tightened, and her nails dug into her flesh. She relied on the pain of her skin to maintain her composure on the surface. "Haha, you're different from me, but..." Her eyes flickered. It's not difficult for Hu Xiaoheng to fake DNA evidence for you. Gu Nianji looked at her expressionlessly and said coldly, "Wake up. What kind of organization do you think the Special Operations Forces is? No one can hide the truth from this kind of organization. Also, why would he fake evidence for me? My parents have already passed away, and you squandered more than half of their assets. I donated most of the rest to the country, so why would he fake it for me? What is he after? If your brain isn't a pig's brain, you should know that he has no need to do this at all." Gu Yanran trembled again, and her slender eyes suddenly widened. "What? You donated most of your assets to the country? You're the pig's brain. Since you don't want it yourself, why do you have to do this to me?" She couldn't understand how there could be people in this world who weren't tempted by such a huge amount of wealth. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and said patiently, "Just the patents that my parents left behind are more than I can use up in 10 lifetimes. I can't even talk to someone as greedy as you. Alright, stop talking about the Gu family's assets. No matter what I do with it, it has nothing to do with you." Gu Yanran leaned back in her chair and looked at Gu Nianji blankly. Her eyes were unfocused. She muttered to herself. "That's the look in your eyes. You've been looking at me like this since I was young. Pity me. Pity me. Do you think I'm a beggar? Why don't you take a look at yourself? You're fat, ugly, and bad-tempered. If you didn't have a good father, who would want to look at you? I really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck growing up with you." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Now you're calling me your father's daughter. Didn't you say that we were faking it?" Gu Yanran came back to her senses and supported her head with one hand. She leaned against the conference table and said with a fake smile, "Whatever you say. Anyway, you're lucky to have hooked up with Major General Hua. Isn't Major General Hua very good to you? If you want to go east, does he not dare to go west? If you want the sun in the sky, does he not dare to pluck the moon for you? You have everything, so why do you still have to make things difficult for a poor person like me who has nothing?" Gu Nianji chuckled and did not deny it. Instead, she said shamelessly, "It's good that you know. Major General Hua is that good to me. If you don't accept it, hang yourself." The smile on Gu Yanran's face froze. She didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so thick-skinned. She was obviously being sarcastic, okay? Major General Hua was a tough person. How could he be so good to a woman? She had seen it with her own eyes. In the blue hole of the Caribbean Sea, Gu Nianji had risked her life to save Hu Xiaoheng and his comrades. In the end, Hu Xiaoheng did not even look at her and went straight to take care of his comrades. Gu Yanran stopped smiling and said coldly, "You're panting when I say you're fat. Don't you have any F***king idea about Major General Hua's attitude towards you?" Slap. Gu Nianji couldn't help but slap Gu Yanran. "Keep your mouth clean. If I hear your filthy words again, I'll beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground." Gu Nianji's slap was indeed strong. Gu Yanran's head was slapped to the side, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her mind was buzzing. After a while, she rubbed her face that had 5 finger marks on it and said darkly, "Lawyer Gu, you hit me for no reason. Do you think I should sue you or sue you?" "Wrong. I didn't hit you for no reason. I hit you on purpose." Gu Nianji clapped her hands and said casually, "You deserve a beating." Gu Yanran was just about to shout, "The lawyer hit me," when the lights in the small room they were in suddenly went out. The room was pitch black for a moment. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She immediately pounced on Gu Yanran and pulled her down from the chair. She twisted Gu Yanran's hands behind her back with one hand and pressed her to the ground with one leg. She whispered into Gu Yanran's ear, "Did you see that? Recognize your position and identity and speak properly." Otherwise, the light in front of you might never be able to light up again. Gu Yanran completely regained her rationality at this moment and took a deep breath. She knew that she couldn't go against Gu Nianji. This woman's backing was too powerful. Let go of me. I won't say anything like that again. Gu Nianji patted the back of her head. Remember, I'll give you one last chance. If you have anything to say, you'd better say it today. If you don't say it today, even if you think it through and want to say it in the future, I won't accompany you. She let go of Gu Yanran and returned to her seat to sit down. She coughed and said, "Is there a power outage? Why is there no light in the room?" As soon as she finished speaking, the lights in the room flickered a few times before returning to normal. Gu Yanran slowly got up from the ground and sat back in her chair. She was dispirited and wasn't as arrogant as before. That's right. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and asked further, "My father's submarine was sunk by the Japanese. Were you the one who tipped the Japanese off and told them where my father was?" "It wasn't me." "What does it have to do with me?" Gu Yanran rubbed her wrist, which Gu Nianji had pinned behind her back, expressionlessly. Gu Xiangwen was targeted a long time ago. What am I? Neither side would tell me such an important thing. Really? Gu Nianji stood up. She placed her hands on the conference table in front of her and leaned forward slightly. She was full of pressure. If you knew which side it was, why didn't you tell my father? Gu Yanran was speechless for a moment, but she quickly came back to her senses and said, "I don't know which side it was." "You said it yourself. The Japanese." "Ha, have you forgotten that I'm also Japanese?" "You're still quibbling." Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. "Say it again. How did you get the news and go to that island?" Gu Yanran looked away nonchalantly. "Didn't I say it already?" "You don't remember." "Of course I remember. But you say it differently every time." Gu Nianji enunciated each word. "Do you want me to repeat myself?" Gu Yanran smiled. "Is that so?" "I don't remember. After all, it's been so long. It's normal for me to remember something different." Gu Nianji knocked on the table coldly. "Listen carefully. The first time, you said that father had a small communicator on him that could continuously send out signals. The battery life was very long. Although the communicator was very damaged, it could still send out signals. You used the signal from the communicator to determine father's location. Unfortunately, you were still a step too late." Gu Yanran's eyes sparkled. "You also sobbed and said that if you had found them earlier, perhaps mother could have been saved." Gu Nianji paused, and her eyes were a little red. She quickly raised her head and continued, "Continue. At that time, mother was seriously injured and had nothing on that deserted island. She died just like that. As soon as mother passed away, father also collapsed. When you found them, father was hugging mother's body tightly. You thought both of them had died. But you didn't give up and asked the doctor to check. In the end, father was still alive, but he had already become a vegetable. Mother, however, passed away an hour before you found them." Gu Yanran was speechless. She didn't expect this girl to remember what she had casually said more than a year ago so clearly. Gu Nianji stared at Gu Yanran. "You also said that when you finally saw them and found father was still alive, you were so happy that you almost went crazy and fainted. When you woke up, father had already been moved to the helicopter. Mother was buried on the spot. Is that right?" "Liar. Do you still want to continue your bitch act?" This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1410, Continue Your Bitch Act. There are 2 updates today, to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes 8:00 p.m., second update. P.S. Thank you, Beth1211, for tipping 15,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1422. Gu Yanran listened to Gu Nianji repeat what she had said last year and was completely unmoved. After a while, she shrugged and said nonchalantly, "From the moment you found out that the vegetable wasn't Gu Xiangwen, you should have known that it was just a story. Why do you take it so seriously?" "I'm serious. You used my parents' lives to make up a story. Why did I take it so seriously?" Gu Nianji was furious. She couldn't help but lean over to slap Gu Yanran again. At that moment, the door behind her creaked open and Hua Xiaoheng walked in. "Nianji." He quickly walked over and pulled her back just in time. He frowned and said, "Ask her nicely. What's wrong with hitting people for no reason?" He was about to go to the Senate to be the chief legal counsel, but he was still like a firecracker that would explode at the slightest touch. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to show up. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat when she saw Hua Xiaoheng stop Gu Nianji from attacking. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji to sit on the chair and stood behind her with his hands behind his back. He looked at Gu Yanran quietly and said, "In the past, you said that you received a message from Gu Xiangwen asking you to look for him there, and you went. But from what we know now, it's impossible for Gu Xiangwen to send you a message. So where did you get the news from? How did you know where the plane landed?" Gu Yanran ran her hand through her hair and pouted at Gu Nianji. "Didn't she just say that?" Gu Xiangwen had a small communicator with him that could continuously send out signals, and the battery life was very long. "I confirmed Gu Xiangwen's location based on the signal from the communication device. So it wasn't my dad who sent you the message?" Gu Nianji followed up with another question. "What did the small communicator look like? What instrument did you use to receive the signal?" Gu Yanran was at a loss for words. Her mind spun rapidly as she stammered, "Actually, it's just a phone. We've checked your phone. In the past 2 years, your phone hasn't received any signal from the Cape of Good Hope." Hua Xiaoheng took 2 steps forward and looked down at her with an intimidating aura. "Who else informed you? Why would they notify you? What did you do when you went to the island in the Cape of Good Hope?" No wonder he was the leader of the Special Operations Forces. He was like a professional interrogator. Hua Xiaoheng's 3 simple sentences almost destroyed Gu Yanran's psychological defenses. Gu Yanran couldn't help but shiver. "It doesn't matter whether you tell me or not." Gu Nianji continued to trick her. "We've already found Sirius. The crew of this submarine agreed to testify against you, saying that you directly caused the death of my parents. Just wait to be shot." This completely infuriated Gu Yanran. She jerked her head up, clenched her fists, and said sternly, "Shut up. Where did the staff come from? Have you seen a ghost?" Ghosts? Gu Nianji's mind raced. She stood up and said coldly, "Are they already dead?" "Gu Yanran, you're pretty good." Gu Yanran rolled her eyes. "When did you hear me say they were dead? There are obviously no such people, yet you insist on saying that they are dead. Your imagination is really heaven-defying." "Really? How can there be no other staff on such a big submarine?" Gu Nianji was very suspicious. Gu Yanran looked at her in amusement and deliberately said, "Did you give yourself away? Aren't you Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter? How come you don't even know about the submarine he specially built?" "Ha, I left my father at the age of 12, and I don't remember anything before I was 12. What do you think I would know? Does this have anything to do with whether I'm his biological daughter or not? Your words are really illogical and don't know what you're talking about." Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and spread her hands. "If you know, then say it. You don't say a word. You only know how to scare people." Do you really think I'm scared? When Gu Yanran heard Gu Nianji say that she left her father at the age of 12, her body visibly shrank. Her gaze drifted, and she didn't dare to look her in the eye. Hua Xiaoheng echoed Gu Nianji and said calmly, "There's no need to waste your breath on her. Anyway, the submarine is already with us. Go to the submarine and check the records of the computer operating system. You'll know what happened 7 years ago. As for you, Gu Yanran, you missed the opportunity to confess and atone for your crimes. Don't regret it in the future." Hua Xiaoheng's voice turned cold, and his handsome face was covered with a layer of coldness. It was like a sharp knife being unsheathed, stabbing into Gu Yanran's heart that still had a sliver of hope. Gu Yanran's heart sank. Wasn't the submarine damaged? How could the computer system be fine? Was Hua Xiaoheng lying to her? She looked at Hua Xiaoheng carefully, but she couldn't see any clues from his handsome face that was as cold as ice. She could only tell that he was very dissatisfied and was about to get impatient. Gu Nianji understood and walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side. She held his arm and pursed her lips. She deliberately said loudly, "Forget it then." I wanted to give her a chance, but she didn't know what was good for her. It seems like she really was an accomplice to my parents' murder. Let's go. We won't come to this crappy place again. Even the air smells stinky. The two of them turned around and walked towards the door. Gu Yanran's eyes sparkled as she watched them walk forward step by step. Just as they were about to reach the door, Gu Yanran finally couldn't resist the temptation of that opportunity, and raised her voice. "Will you let me out if I tell you?" Gu Nianji's footsteps paused, but she didn't turn around. She said calmly, "Do you want to tell me now? It's too late. You can keep your secret for the new year." There are still more than 8 months until the new year. You're trying to stuff her to death. Hua Xiaoheng teased calmly and hugged Gu Nianji dotingly. Gu Yanran's eyes turned red. Her breathing became unstable. Gu Nianji smiled and tilted her head. "It's best if she's stuffed to death. Then we won't have to dirty our hands." Gu Yanran listened to their words and said fearfully, "You said that you'd be lenient if you confessed. Don't tell me it doesn't count." She had been relying on the disparity in information. Because she knew some things that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng definitely didn't know. But now that the two of them were acting like they didn't care about the information she knew, Gu Yanran couldn't be smug anymore. She was firm without desires. If the other party didn't want anything from her, she really didn't have any tricks up her sleeve. Gu Nianji finally turned around to look at her. She frowned and said, "I asked you to tell me just now, but you put on airs and refused to say a word. Now we don't want to listen to your old antique, and you're crying and shouting to tell us. No one would believe you if you said you weren't AB*TCH. Gu Yanran blushed at Gu Nianji's words. She held it in and said, "You don't allow me to scold people, but you can scold people yourself." "How did I scold you?" Gu Nianji walked back and stood in front of her. "You said B*TCH. But you're AB*TCH. The corners of Gu Yanran's lips twitched. She rationally decided not to argue with Gu Nianji anymore. She probably wouldn't be able to beat her even if she reincarnated 10 times. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and quickly said, "I really went over because I received the signal." At that time. She pointed at Gu Nianji and blinked quickly. At that time, she was 12 years old. She also saw the signal and knew that Gu Xiangwen and his wife were in trouble. She insisted on sailing to the Cape of Good Hope to save them. I was a step too late. By the time I chased after her, her ship had already disappeared into the vast sea. I was in a hurry to meet up with Gu Xiangwen and the others, so I only sent a few sailors out to sea to look for them. I brought a team of doctors to the Cape of Good Hope. Unfortunately, I didn't find them and found that they had been sunk. When I came back, I found that she, had also disappeared. Gu Yanran's eyes flickered even more. Gu Xiangwen and his wife died in the Atlantic Ocean. Gu Nianji, she also disappeared. Tell me, how could I remain calm in the face of such a huge fortune? Besides, without them, I would be the first heir. If it were you, wouldn't you do the same? In the end, you were the one who received Gu Xiangwen's signal. Hua Xiaoheng mercilessly exposed her lie. But you can't prove that you received the signal. How do you expect us to believe the rest of your story? Gu Nianji laughed. Gu Yanran, actually, just admit that it was the Japanese who informed you. It's convenient for everyone. I'm so tired for you to see you racking your brains to come up with these incoherent stories. There really is a communicator. It's the quantum communicator. Gu Yanran saw that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't believe her, so she had no choice but to throw out her trump card. Quantum communicator. Gu Nianji suddenly thought of the quantum communicator she had confiscated from the safe at the headquarters of the Angel and the World Foundation. She couldn't help asking. Is it the quantum communicator you gifted to the Angel and the World Foundation? This is today's second update, Chapter 1411, The Temptation of Opportunity. Today's second update is to remind everyone of their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.